I'm Paul Tatro. I'm the director of Ford's Theater. I want to welcome you all here today to the annual Abraham Lincoln Institute Symposium. Thrilled to have you all here today. We've got a great day planned today, and I just have a few housekeeping things to share with you all. First of all, I want to thank the Abraham Lincoln Institute, the Lincoln Group of DC, all of our presenters and speakers, and the Board of Trustees of the Institute for making today possible. Please give all of them a round of applause. Also want to let you know that we are presenting today on the set of our latest production, which is Sister Act. And the show is a wonderful production for those of you who would like to see it. There's a show at 7:30 tonight. Tickets can be available at the box office, and the show runs through May 17th, so please come back and see it. It's a great, escapist, fun night in the theater. So if any of you think we need this at this time and place, come do that. No food or drink allowed in the theater, just bottled water, please. Your ticket will serve as admission for the full day. It would also grant you admission to the Ford's Theater Museum in the basement, which contains artifacts and information about the Lincoln presidency and assassination. There will be time for questions after each presentation. We've provided a QR code in the program to a web-based collection database called Slido. It's very easy to use. Just type your question in there for today's panelist, and we'll try to get to as many questions as we can during the Q&A section immediately following each presenter. After each presentation, there will be a 20-minute break. During that time, presenters will sign books in the lobby, and books can be purchased throughout the day at our gift shop in the lobby. I also want to point out, for those of you, if you have a moment today or you're in between sessions, we have this next week on Wednesday are opening our brand new culture and leadership building across the street, and there's a brand new 5,000 square foot bookshop open there today, so please feel free to wander over there and check that out as well. Most of our presenters will sign books in the lobby after their presentation, with the exception of John Grinspan and Michael Varenberg, who will sign books before their presentations. There will be a lunch break from 12:25 to 1:45. Please take all of your belongings with you. Don't leave anything in the theater. And then lastly, before I introduce the president of the ALI, I just want to give a pitch. Many of you have been coming to the symposium for many, many years. It is our commitment to keep this as a free scholarly event for the general public and everyone to join us, but that means we rely on donations. So anyone who's interested in making a donation to the Abraham Lincoln Institute, you can go to our website and there's a way you can donate online. If you are so moved, there are board members who are walking around with lanyards today, and if you want to give any of them a check, I'm sure they will take it and make sure it gets to the Institute's bank account. So please consider that, because it really is important for us to keep this event free of charge. And finally, I get to introduce Edna Green Medford, who is the president of the Abraham Lincoln Institute. She's a professor of history emerita of Howard University. Her books include Lincoln and Emancipation, as well as the co-authored book, The Emancipation Proclamation, Three Views. Please welcome Dr. Edna Medford.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 28th Annual Abraham Lincoln Institute Symposium. We are pleased to have you with us on this beautiful spring, cold spring day, as we discuss the life, times, and legacy of our 16th president. In addition to annual day-long programs such as this, ALI provides scholarships to graduate students who are conducting research on Lincoln and Lincoln-related topics. In addition, we award a dissertation prize in collaboration with the Abraham Lincoln Association, and we recognize lifelong achievement in Lincoln studies by giving a legacy award to a Lincoln scholar. We are especially delighted to have been in partnership with Ford's Theater for many years and to have access to this important historic site. We thank the talented, patient, and unflappable Ford staff for their many, many contributions to making this program possible. And we hoped to be able to collaborate with them for many, many years to come. The man who guided a fractured nation through civil war and helped to preserve the Union understood that our democratic government is meant to serve and protect the people, by whom and for whom it was created. In his words, the legitimate object of government is to do for a community of people whatever they need to have done, but cannot do at all or cannot so well do for themselves in their separate and individual capacities. And of course, that included protection from and redress of wrongs. He believed that the Constitution was the instrument that would secure those protections and that it was the foundation upon which a just society could ensure that everyone had a, quote, fair chance in the race of life. Lincoln was the right leader for his times, and his dedication to democracy and union is a reminder to us all that the nation's founding principles are worth defending for ourselves and for generations to come. Today, we are pleased to host 5 stellar historians whose scholarship will broaden your understanding of Lincoln and his times and motivate you to want to learn more. We will hear how Black communities remembered the war years and gave voice to the contributions and perspectives that were often ignored by the larger society. How the period we traditionally think of as the Reconstruction era had a far broader reach in time and continued to shape the post-war nation that America became well into the 20th century. You will learn that the activism of young anti-slavery Americans, Black as well as white, resulted in a political movement that helped to get Lincoln elected in 1860, and that Lincoln's ambivalence regarding immigrants changed as he came to recognize the important role they played in strengthening American society. And finally, we will hear how the peace Lincoln sought was not realized at Appomattox, as the conflict continued in many other ways that delayed true peace. We invite you to stay the entire day. I guarantee you it will be worth it. It will be a long day, but it definitely will be worth it. At this time, I invite Michelle Kroll, chairperson of the Abraham Lincoln Institute, to come to the podium and introduce our first presenter.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. As Edna said, my name is Michelle Crowell, and I am the chairperson of the Abraham Lincoln Institute. How individuals are first introduced to history can come from many sources. For some, the origin of their interest can be traced back to a compelling book. For others, a historical character brought to life in popular culture might inspire a desire to learn more. Still others may have been introduced to the past as a personal narrative told by relatives who relayed their own stories and those of their ancestors. Professor Hillary N. Green can trace her fascination with history to family porches in Pennsylvania and South Carolina, where visits to kin and their communities meant hearing about the free people of color on her mother's family tree in the north and her father's enslaved ancestors on the Gullah Sea Islands, which then intertwined with her own awareness of the 54th and 55th Massachusetts African-American Civil War regiments from having grown up in Boston. As Green explained, quote, "The Civil War became a way to connect my entire family history and get a sense of myself." These family porch conversations led Hillary Green to a career as a historian dedicated to illuminating the experiences of African American communities in the Civil War era in order to fill in the silences in traditional historical narratives. In her new book, Unforgettable Sacrifice: How Black Communities Remembered the Civil War, Green combines a historian's interpretive perspective with both archival research and oral traditions of family porch stories to examine how African American communities preserved, remembered, and commemorated their diverse experiences during the Civil War. Hillary N. Green is the James B. Duke Professor of Africana Studies at Davidson College in North Carolina. Before joining the faculty at Davidson, she taught history at Elizabeth City State University and the University of Alabama. She is the author of Educational Reconstruction: African American Schools in the Urban South, 1865 to 1890, and the co-editor of The Civil War and the Summer of 2020. In addition to her other scholarly work, Dr. Green is active in the realm of public history and includes her development of the Hallowed Grounds Project at the University of Alabama, which explores the history of race, slavery, and memory at the university, and post-emancipation developments in Tuscaloosa. In an era when ongoing debates over whose histories get to be remembered and commemorated, Hillary Green's work is as relevant today than ever before. So please join me in welcoming Professor Hillary Green to the stage.
Hello. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and I want to preserve time for some Q&A, so I'm going to get started. Following the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, Joseph R. Winters of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, captured the mood of the nation and of other African Americans. Instead of celebrating Confederate defeats and the destruction of slavery, the civilian Gettysburg invasion survivor and wartime songwriter eulogized the murdered commander-in-chief. Our country is in all in mourning. Our president is dead. By assassin Booth he was slain, and his coffin lain. From this opening verse, Winters briefly described the events that occurred at the Ford's Theater before demanding the capture, conviction, and death of the assassins. But he also turned his gaze towards the future of African Americans in his county of Franklin County, Pennsylvania. During the war, his community had survived 3 Confederate raids, which resulted in the enslavement of freeborn African Americans and self-liberating refugees who had fled to the States. He and other civilian survivors hoped that Lincoln's assassination and Confederate defeat might contribute to the expansion of the franchise and other rights of citizenship. Winters imagined a post-war future where Lincoln's ultimate sacrifice could benefit all African-American USCT soldiers and civilian survivors when he wrote, quote, that the poor may live as well as the rich in this free and prosperous land, end of quote. For Winters, Lincoln's death should not have been in vain. And in this moment, the shrewd observer and chronicler of the African-American wartime experience bemoaned how, quote, Father Abraham is dead and gone. And Winters, African-Americans who followed him and who made the White House their house, and others across the nation shared a Civil War experience that defined their subsequent memory work. Collectively, they mourned as a race when their champion fell under the assassin's bullet. And the Civil War, as Winters and Black men remembered it, transformed them. From 1870 to 1916, Winters extended the sacrifice made by Lincoln and African-American soldiers for remaking the nation. Once the 15th Amendment restored the franchise to Black Pennsylvanians who had lost it during the antebellum era in the state constitution, Winters quickly became a political leader. And in 1872 presidential and gubernatorial elections where Black men could vote again for the first time in the state of Pennsylvania, Winters actively participated in the Grant and Wilson Club, which mobilized Black Pennsylvanians' electoral support for the Republican Party. He then applied his songwriting skills that he documented before the war and during the war in the presidential elections of 1876 and 1880. In white Republican leadership, however, will push him out of the party, but not politics. So he will go from a Republican and die as a Democrat, writing presidential songs along the way. Throughout, Winters never forgot the Gettysburg Campaign, other Confederate invasions, and even Lincoln's death. That motivated him in all of his activism. And his work complements other African-American leaders of the time, specifically Frederick Douglass, Henry McNeill Turner, and others. Yet his complex understanding of what the war meant in this small rural county, particularly what the Gettysburg Campaign meant, and his ability to build coalitions represents a rural Black Pennsylvania perspective, and that they were unwilling to even allow others to speak their truth. As such, Winters' political biography really shows how him and other post-war Black men of this county and other rural Black Pennsylvanians understood manhood, the franchise, and how a politicized Civil War memory can advance their aims. And despite his complicated legacy, Winters ensured that Franklin County men retained their unique Civil War experience as a point of entry for shaping both local, state, and national elections. Today, I want to highlight some of my research that formed the basis of Chapter 3, which is an extended biography of Winters. Because Winters wrote presidential campaign songs. And it's his presidential campaign songs during these key elections of 1876 and 1880. And then his editorial writing, in which he calls for an increased role for African Americans in political party spaces, represents some of his greatest contributions for remaking the nation through his understanding of what the Civil War meant. And it's these post-war activities that shows how men like Winters really did use Civil War memory for advancing meaningful change in his county, state, and nation. From his very first presidential campaign song in 1876 to his last in 1912 supporting Woodrow Wilson, Winters remained a consistent voice for how he and other Franklin County men remembered the war as franchised African-American men. Capitalizing on proven songwriting skills, county and state Republican Party officials tapped Winters and his songwriting for local campaigning at the national level. In the surviving Republican campaign song, Winters did not wave the bloody shirt as others had for promoting the Union dead for reforming the nation. Rather, he drew on the African-American experience to convince them to vote, and for them, advance a new political ethos grounded in what the war meant. So his first song supported Rutherford B. Hayes and his running mate, Thomas A. Hendricks. From the very first verse to the last, Winters sought to mobilize Black men to vote by exhorting them to remember their manhood and what their new post-war fight meant, and that means they have to vote. Quote, with the foe in our land, Winters urged them to come girdle on your armor, be ready at command to march with Hayes and Wheeler into the promised land. In this opening verse, Winters appealed directly to Black religious thought embracing the churches around them. As USCT soldiers had donned the blue uniform for securing emancipation, Franklin County men now had to resist racial subjugation as God's chosen people. Therefore, they had to resist efforts to revert their newly acquired rights and anti-Black policies of the Democratic Party, who were seeking to redeem the nation of the Reconstruction Amendments. Voting, therefore, represented their collective electoral power of emancipation's religious significance as a jubilee. And that's how they saw the 15th Amendment. It was their jubilee. As political citizens, Franklin County men then only had one real option: cast their vote for Hayes and Wheeler, or not vote at all. In the second verse, Winters drew on Black men's memories of three specific Civil War invasions. The first in 1862 by Jeb Stuart in his raid into Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. The second, the Gettysburg campaign, or what they called invasion of 1863. And the 1864 burning of Chambersburg. These three major events resulted in the enslavement of many of their community members. And in the last one, the burning of the county seats. Winter's inclusion of the second verse then would have held specific meaning to them when he wrote, "For Tilden and his army, with Hendricks in command, our marching brother freemen, your right to countermand. We see their rebel pickets, we hear their cannons roar. With Herod and his army, we'll see to see no more." Winters and others had survived these invasions would have recalled the sounds of cannons that forced them into hiding. They also, some of them had witnessed the seizure of community members by Confederate soldiers. And few of those who, quote, were stolen, as they remembered them, returned. As franchised men, they had to fight against their political enslavement then, and a return to second-class citizenship as experienced prior to the 15th Amendment's passage. They had to destroy this new political army led by Tilden and his supporters. And if Black men needed any further encouragement, Winters then urged them to honor Lincoln's memory by voting for the Republican Party in the third verse. He intentionally drew on this collective understanding of Lincoln's ultimate sacrifice for furthering the work of citizenship in politics. He called on them to honor their martyred president. "Now, brothers, why you stand idle? The prize is just in few. Our good old father Abraham has safely brought us through. From slavery and oppression, we know we now are free. Come, let's join together in a band of unity." Therefore, he demanded Black men to demonstrate their manhood by voting for Hayes and Wheeler. They would honor Lincoln, but they would also prove that they were no longer cowards, but actual self-made men. He proclaimed, "We call for valiant soldiers who are not afraid to stand, to go on next November and vote for honest men." He demanded their Black men's courage in this political struggle. He and others saw the Republicans as honest men and critical allies in this fight for meaningful African-American equality and citizenship in the post-war nation. With the ballot, they no longer had to rely on others to speak on their behalf. Now Black Franklin County voters could show their bravery, as had USCT soldiers who responded to Winters' wartime song, as well as Douglas's call to arms in 1863. Now they had to demonstrate their political manhood instead of their martial manhood by voting for Rutherford B. Hayes. Otherwise, they would be political cowards who allowed for the retreat of their post-war political, economic, and social rights. Simply put, Black men had to step up, and they paid heed. As a voting bloc in their first election, with Winters writing the song, Franklin County men overwhelmingly supported the Republican ticket. It's about 90% of the Black male electorate. Following the success of this 1876 presidential campaign song, Winters composed another song, this time in 1880, which saw the election pitting Winfield Scott Hancock of Pennsylvania against another Civil War veteran, James Garfield of Ohio. As the Democratic candidate, Hancock, who was the veteran of the Army of the Potomac, had earned his reputation as a war hero at Gettysburg. And he appealed to Southern Democrats by supporting home rule, decrease in the use of military and civilian affairs, and the repudiation of what they saw the backroom deal of the Compromise of 1877, which ended the contested election of 1876. Their platform differed than the Republican Party. Garfield, the veteran of the 42nd Ohio Infantry, accepted his nomination at a very contentious nomination process of that election year for the Republicans. He promised the strengthening and expansion of the biracial inclusive democracy for healing the ongoing Civil War memory wounds. Quote, "But it is certain that the wounds of the war cannot be completely healed," he wrote in his acceptance letter for the nomination. "And the spirit of brotherhood can not fully pervade the whole country until every citizen, rich or poor, white or Black, is secure in the free and equal enjoyment of every civil and equal right guaranteed by the Constitution and the laws," he wrote. While the Greenbacks waged a third party campaign, the 1880 presidential election served as a referendum on how Civil War memory and Black political participation in nation body politic. In this contest over memory and shaping national political identity, Winters deployed his skills for the Garfield-Arthur candidacy. Set to the same tune as the first song, We Are Marching Through the Gates, Winters called upon the service of Black men again in this postbellum fight over memory and politics. He provocatively suggested that pro-Confederate raiders had invaded the southern Pennsylvania county for a fourth time. Come to arms, brother free men, the foe is in our land, Winters warned. Unlike the other invasions, now it's the Democratic candidate of Winfield S. Scott, the celebrated hero of Gettysburg, and his running mate, William H. English, who were the commanders of their band, and under the direction of, quote, a solid South united and British industrial support. Hancock's embrace of the Southern Democrats concerned Winters. Their vision and violent return to power and retrenchment of Southern Black gains, according to Winters, intended to reduce all African Americans to a state of slavery. In this new potential for Pennsylvania invasion, Winters raised the alarm. Black men again had to don their federal uniform in defense of the nation and cast their vote in the 1880 political struggle. By intentionally using call to arms in the first verse, Winters wanted Black men to recall again the war, where he and Douglass pressed them to fight. Douglass, in his recruitment, told them, remembering this contest with oppression, the Almighty has the attribute which can take sides with the oppressor. The case is before you. This is our golden opportunity. Let us accept it and forever wipe out the dark reproaches unsparingly hurled at us by our enemies. And let us win for ourselves the gratitude of our country and the best blessings of our posterity through all time. Likewise, Winters calling them into this fight. It is for country and for African Americans under the threat of the possible Hancock presidency. As Douglass demanded them 27 years earlier, Winters, too, saw this election as a golden opportunity. And again, they had to gain the gratitude and the best blessings of their nation and their communities by voting for Garfield. The next two verses really also, again, draws on these invasions that come in. They had lost a lot of community members, so he used the same motifs of war. So like the first song, he will say, we have seen their pickets, we have heard the cannons roar. But he added how the Gettysburg campaign, Winters would also say, we also now endured their lies and condemnation. Yet these ex-Confederates lost. Defeat and Reconstruction brought justice for these residents suffering. And for Winters, a Hancock victory would bring again, quote, the mercy that they, white men, crave. Black men must therefore fight. And according to Winters, if they lost, they would be comfortless again. According to him, they had to defeat Hancock and his army, who sought to overturn these postbellum gains. And quote, with Garfield in command, they can do so and no longer be subjects of foreign lands. And this is where Winters is his strongest. He can cajole people into action and not be idle. They had to prove their manhood. He demanded it. They had to know what the prize was. That was freedom, equality, full citizenship. They were self-made men transformed by the war, and their status as full equal men remained just in view. But they had to be vigilant. And this is where they had to support candidates, quote, will carry us safely through. The proven Civil War commander would not disappoint them if they pledged their ballots by going, quote, with General Garfield, written in all caps. Winters ensured that Franklin County men would have a freedman's land. And by drawing on Civil War memory, Winters convinced them. And again, Black Franklin County men overwhelmingly supported Hayes and Garfield into the presidency. But after a decade of party allegiance, Winters begins to voice his disappointment in the party. They had not fully included him and others as full participants in the Republican political order. In return for black votes, he expected party officials to provide patronage jobs and more leadership opportunities in the county, state, and national party apparatus. Black men sacrificed, civilian and veterans, and the wartime dead failed to materialize in this political change. And not quite ready to abandon the Republican Party, Winters drafted a warning to party leadership. In the published article titled "Information Wanted," he questioned white Republicans' insistent that black men should wait, quote, until the very eve of election to have a halter placed around our necks, to be led to the political altars of this country as a lamb to the slaughter. They're to surrender all rights of manhood to partyism without the right to exercise our political judgment according to our own dictates of partyism. Because we were once slaves held in bondage to a tyrannical power for over 200 years by the white man of this free America, which only by the result of the late rebellion between the North and South and a war necessity to power, we are free today, or so called to be. Demanding black manhood over power, Winters did not mince his words. Black men saved the nation. Black men's military service and civilian patriotism allowed for, quote, the defeat of Jefferson Davis and his followers of the Southern Confederacy, and it secured their, quote, rights of franchise. Yet white Republicans only considered them compatriots on the eves of elections. And Winters no longer accepted, without question, white Pennsylvanians who claimed, quote, to love us and our freedom for political purposes, while simultaneously expecting them to wait for leadership positions. State party officials also appealed to a shared memory of Lincoln, and this also irritated him. Simplistic collective memories of Lincoln no longer connected Winters with the white Republican officials. Winters countered with a more nuanced understanding of Lincoln as a critique of the Republican Party status quo in viewing African-American electoral support. Instead of the great emancipator, Winters instead recalled Lincoln, who sought to preserve the nation and not advance an abolition or full African-American citizenship at the start of the war. He chastised his white Republican brethren then, who promoted these simplistic views, because it perceived them as black men as, quote, childlike, uneducated, and uninformed. In this public forum, Winters refused to accommodate such lazy usage of Lincoln's emancipationist memory for securing black men's party loyalty. And speaking for all black Pennsylvanians, Winters asked his Republican counterparts, quote, under what tie of political subservience are we bound to party or partyism? For Winters, African-American manhood and Civil War memory should not be placed on hold for racial exclusionary politics. And this is where Winters then draws on the war memory again. He debunked a common appeal of Republicans that they had, quote, fought, bled, and died in the late cruel war for the black men, North and South, by reminding them of what they did during the Gettysburg Campaign. During the invasion and occupation of central Pennsylvania in June of 1863, white Pennsylvanians rejected the black Pennsylvanians who go to the Capitol that's about to fall. After offering their lives before the altar of this country for the preservation of Union, Winters reminded him, they were rejected. And when they went to the Capitol, they joined then another black army under Captain Bradley for the defense of the Union as well as our fireside. Rejected, they still fought back and preserved the city. But, quote, on the same day that the rebel army was marching to the capital of a state, Lincoln reminded how he and others built a defense for the capital without a gun or the right to use when the rebel outpost in our view. He questioned then party leadership in his closing. Are these they who fought and bled and died for us, the black man? God forbid that we have eyes but not see not, ears but hear not, understanding but understand not, tongues to speak but speak not, on the things on our mind of a just cause, end of quote. In drawing on this memory of Gettysburg, including Black men's defense of Harrisburg, Winters effectively cautioned, reform or African American voters will find another party. And while white Republican memories of the Civil War no longer held their allegiance, they still held out hope that they might reform. And he would feel that maybe race, manhood, and political Black memory will help guide that change. Party leaders, however, ignored him. In 1890, Winters announced his new political allegiance in a dramatic fashion. With the Democratic victory in major state elections and county and state Democrats promising that former President Grover Cleveland's terror reform message and statewide election reform would actually not hurt African Americans, he participated in the victory parade. And by taking a prominent position in a carriage at the front of the line, Joseph Winters officially joined the Democratic Party. His defection did not escape the order of white Pennsylvanians. Using Civil War memory and mobilizing Black voters, Winters and other men had expected full inclusion. And the Republican Party failed to extend office holding and patronage jobs to them. So the Democrats welcomed Winters and half of the Black electorate with open arms. Ultimately, Winters chose race and Civil War memory over the Republican Party. And when he joined the Democrats, he felt heard by white party leaders. His disappointment in political transformation, though, was not shared by other Franklin County men, because the electorate will remain split, therefore, after. He chose the party, and each one chose parties who they felt best exemplify what the war meant. And therefore, you don't have common agreement by Black Pennsylvanians. But for Winters, he could accept sectional reconciliation. He can accept half of the electorate supporting Republicans. He just wanted to have his voice heard in the political shapings of the county. And why did the Democrats welcome him? By the time of his defection, Winters was one of the wealthiest African-American residents in the county. He had secured a patent for an improved fire escape because he was a scientist. He also had a gunsmith shop. He was very active and a large landowner. He just wrote campaign songs and poetry. He also expanded his businesses to include drilling and mining rights while maintaining a successful shop in Chambersburg. So party officials recognized how his political campaign songs might be able to help him. And indeed, he will start writing political campaign songs, but now for Democratic Party members. In his presidential campaign songs of 1900, 1904, and 1912, they mirrored the Republican versions. Set to the same song, "We Are Marching Through the Gates," he still employed Civil War memory and what he understood African-American sacrifice for national, state, and county mobilization efforts. The tropes were very similar, from the tune, the form, the content. He just substituted party names. Winters then promoted these Democratic candidates for advancing Black political rights. And it's in this last song that he writes that we have surviving for him, published on July 4th, 1912. He is still remembering Gettysburg and what the war meant to him, a survivor of this campaign. And he supported Woodrow Wilson. Joseph Winters' songwriting, his use of memory, reveals three important things about how Black rural Pennsylvanians use Civil War memory. First, the Civil War was a significant event that affected all Americans, white and Black, urban, rural, and whether as soldier, government leader, or civilian. Winters did not serve in the Civil War. He recruited others, including his own son, yet he understood the power of memory. Second, his archival record of songwriting, editorials, and political activism shows that we have many perspectives that have yet to be explored for understanding African American experience and their remembrances for shaping post-war politics in their rural communities and the nation. For Winters, it could be used to activate Black electoral support of certain presidential candidates. And third, the experience and memories of African Americans like Winters does not neatly encapsulate the categories that we have currently for Civil War memory that were established by David Blight and Barb Gannon and other scholars. There is not one singular African American experience. Winters and others would not be able to recognize themselves within the current understandings that scholars have put out there, despite their efforts to be heard in their lifetimes to the contrary. As such, we need to find a space for Winters, who never forgot the Gettysburg Campaign. He thought he was honoring Lincoln's memory every election song he wrote. But yet, he could not find that in traditional political parties. His remembrances determined his songwriting skills and his memory work, and therefore we as scholars and audiences need to find a space for him and other lesser-known African-American voices. And I will add this, my book is one example of doing this. One of the people that he also helped in recruiting was my own Civil War ancestor, Joseph Lane of the 22nd USCT, who will enlist on Christmas Day, December 1863, after the invasion. Where do we find a voice for Winters, Joseph Lane, and others of this particular Civil War county of Pennsylvania? Thank you. And I know there's questions, so that's what I'm waiting for.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes, you can. Thanks for your patience while we figured out the mic. So I do have a few questions, but audience members, this is your opportunity to ask Dr. Green your questions. So please do feel free to use that Slido QR code located in your program to fire away. I do see quite a few that have come in. So I'm gonna just start. You ready, Dr. Green?
Yes, I am.
All right. So first question, why were the elections of 1879 and 1880 key? Are there other major events throughout that period of 1865 to 1900 that we should know to help us better understand Lincoln?
Yeah, so one of the things about for this particular county is African Americans can't vote until the 15th Amendment in Pennsylvania. Their state constitution in the 1830s disenfranchised African American men, so the 15th Amendment is their political jubilee. So in 1868, Black Pennsylvanians can't vote. Black Southerners can vote, but Black Pennsylvanians cannot. The 15th Amendment is their chance again. So 1872 is the first election that Black men in Pennsylvania and Winters participates in, where they are voting for governor and president. So that's when you see them mobilize it in what they call Grant and Wilson Club. So that first election is key. Why 1876 and 1880 is where you really see where the strength of the full Black electorate nationally supporting Republicans. In particular, Southern Republicans and Black Pennsylvanians and Black Northerners are coming together. And it's on their perception of what's happening with the retreat from Reconstruction and the Southern violence and the Klan violence and the enforcement acts are not really working in the South, and these states are coming back into Democratic control. 1880, though, I think is one of those last real national elections where Black men are more aligned across the nation. And they support a Civil War veteran who they see as their ally, and that is Garfield. And Garfield is a Civil War veteran, but also one who brought Black veterans to the White House and meets with them. He actually engages with them as veterans, is why you have people like my ancestor name their children after James A. Garfield. So I have a Garfield Lane in my family, a lot of Garfields, a lot of Rutherford B. Hayes. Those elections are really key. After that, you really see the rise of other elections and politicos. So one of the last Civil War veterans that will run would be McKinley. Winters does not support him. He thinks he goes too far. So this is where Black men are seeing how much are you an ally and how much does the Civil War unite them versus detract from them. But 1880 and 1876 are really key.
Great. What percentage of eligible Black men were able to vote in post-war elections?
This is the good thing is like the ones who sign up and can actually vote or the ones who had the votes removed. I can go on this county level. We're talking about a larger electorate, and this is where you have, unless there's fraud or violence, you definitely see a good sized, considerable block vote in. I would say it's like everyone else, about 40 to 50% nationally. People are not voting like they should, but in the 1800s, you really do see people participate in. Those who choose not to vote are more interesting. It's oftentimes because they're afraid, and this is where you start seeing Southern voting patterns are overwhelmingly supported, but whether or not they get counted, that's fraud, that's death, assassinations, and violence directed. So those who can't vote in those areas is because they're afraid for their lives mostly. But in Black men in Pennsylvania, in particular this county, it's a large number. Barring sickness, they're voting. And so this is where they see this as their duty and right. After 1900, you really see the decline, and that's a referendum on the nation. Does their vote really matter? Does their voice matter, or what kind of harm can happen to them if they do vote? And does the state law allow them to vote? So disenfranchisement will gut Black men voting nationally, but in those places where voting still occurs, it will get undercutted by people who don't think their vote matters anymore. So you will see a decline and a dip based on whether or not they're listened to.
Did Winters express disappointment with President Wilson's segregationist policies? And did he express opinions on other things like women's suffrage?
So this is where I wish Winters did. So I think he would probably switch parties again. And I say this is because he dies in 1916, and he was not a likable man. If he didn't like you, he told you. One of the surviving poems I have is to his daughter and his son, which he tells them they were disappointments to him. He's that type of person, so I think he would have switched parties back again. But by this time, he's more as this elderly man, depending on year, either in his 90s or early 100s. And so he's still out there, he's still participating, but he's not really writing as much. He's still doing poetry, he's still out there. But in terms of politics, we don't hear his voice as much as we used to. So the 1912 songs is the last one we definitely have documented by him. And then after that, you hear some grumblings, but he's still a Democrat. And I think he would have probably had a switch right before the election if his health allowed him to participate, because he will die shortly right after the election. And it's not clear that he was actually able to participate in that election because of his decline in health. But I definitely think he would have went back to being a Republican.
How did the African American community react to Winters' defection?
I said half the party's left, the other half hate him for it. One of the things that happens after his death is the Black community's remembrance of Lincoln. They will remember his earlier songs of 1876, 1880. They will remember him positively for what he did in terms of the scientific world. But one thing that they will start to advocate and create a false memory of him is that he participated, quote, in the reverse Underground Railroad, which he never did. He was an active conductor in the Underground Railroad. When John Brown and Frederick Douglass are meeting in Chambersburg, it's on his land. So he is very much involved, but because he would not be a community banker to the Black community and his personality is such, the half that did not support him create this other memory. So we have two colloquial memories, one positive on some things, but these hidden side where his background and his lust, his meanness, because he can be mean, doesn't go by favorably. And so reconcile that so the reverse Underground Railroad myth only occurs once he dies. And it's very much rooted in his defection to the Democratic Party. So that's where you start to see more negatives against him in the Black community.
In keeping with the theme of memory, how did Black Civil War memory affect the way that they celebrated public holidays like Decoration Day, 4th of July, Emancipation anniversaries, etc.?
Yeah, one of the things you'll really see is parades. I love parades in terms of what they did because they're massive community events. And Black Civil War soldiers are always in parade. They're usually at the front of the line. And then when they get older, they're in the vehicles being pulled. So there's a pecking order of where they fit, so they're always there. The other thing you'll see will be the children and grandchildren, oftentimes the daughters being acknowledged too in these parades, because they are the ones who are organizing the students and the children in there. But sometimes as the children of veterans, they are also part of the actual parade itself. And then the other thing that all these celebrations have two important starting places or events that will happen. Either starting at a cemetery or ending at a cemetery where they will honor the graves sites themselves of those who have passed away with flowers and then some kind of community event. The other would be that they will also be tied to a church. The churches are not determined based on where people go, but how many people can be in them. And they always have the various Black pastors and ministers coming in, someone giving an address. But one of the things, Black veterans of the Civil War will always be asked to stand up and be recognized. And sometimes a regimental song will be sung. And others will be there too, but they will be recognized in person as living monuments. When they die, their children will be recognized, their grandchildren will be recognized. So there's certain these little traditions within parades, within events that will be consistently across. That starts to end really around World War II when some of these communities of migration, people start moving out and some of those traditions start to die off. But the ones that are held in the churches, and this is where the women of those churches start to really keep those memories alive. The churches will keep on having those traditions, and new veterans will be added to that tradition. So you'll have Civil War, Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, constantly honoring sacrifice of these soldiers dating back to the Civil War generation.
I think we have time for two more. Given the song and celebratory nature of the last question, did anyone use winter songs outside of Pennsylvania? Are there any musical scores available?
I have yet to find a score. I want to know because the song that said we are marching through the gates is apparently a hymn that's common to some of the Black churches of the Pennsylvania-Maryland line. So if you're familiar with Franklin County, if you're coming up 81 and you cross from Maryland into Pennsylvania, that's Franklin County. So you're within West Virginia, Maryland is within an hour comfortably. So we have people in Hagerstown, Maryland on the southern side of the line, in Maryland singing the songs because that's where their churches are, but also when they have these political campaign meetings and people are able to cross the border a lot. So you have some Marylanders coming over for a rally and singing and vice versa. I've only found printed song lyrics, and that's what preserved, but I never saw a score for them. So I'm still trying to find how the song goes, and someday I can have it performed for me so I can understand what does this mean and how they changed the lyrics. But we have his campaign songs for 1876, 1880, 1900, 1904, and 1912, all set to the same song. So once you have that score, you can then transfer how these songs would have heard. And by having the same tune in an area where most people aren't always literate, they can remember how the tune goes, how the song goes, because they sing that hymn in church. So they have that muscle memory of how the song goes and can continue to sub in these lyrics that are pretty much consistent with different names. And so that tradition of singing is something important. And I'll add, in writing the song, songs become important for how these communities remember. I used to have people break out into song when they were recalling. So I think if we can find the score or so that's it, I'll be happy because I really want to know how the songs go for him.
And I think this, depending on how you answer this,
Okay.
may be the last question. It reads, Dr. Green, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Winter Story deserves to be more widely known. How did you find this fascinating character?
This is where I found him in the archives at the Franklin County Historical Society. I was there starting my research in 2016. I went there for 3 weeks. And if you know anything about the Historical Society, it's the old jail. So their newspapers are in old jail cells. And so I was on the 3rd floor on the table, and I was going through finding a folder for Winters, and that was when I found his Abraham Lincoln eulogy. 2 papers down, I found 2 of the printed songs. And I'm like, okay, I knew him for his fire escape because he has a monument for that. I knew him for this, but I did not know he wrote these songs. I knew his wartime songs, but I did not know he wrote presidential campaign songs. And it was finding that those songs and his eulogy in that historical society that made me go back to more into him. And then asking other community members, because my family still lives in this county, what did they knew about him? And that's where that counter memory really comes in. He was not liked, and his daughter was not liked. So depending on who you ask is how you got there. So I found them in the Franklin County Historical Society, and I found other songs at Temple University and Stanford University.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Green, and thank you all for your questions. You'll be able to meet with Dr. Green in the lobby to get your book signed in 5 minutes.
Good morning, I'm Ron Sedolter, and it's my honor to introduce Professor Manisha Sinha. Professor Sinha is the Draper Chair in American History at the University of Connecticut, President of the Society for Historians of the Early American Republic. She received her PhD from Columbia, where her dissertation was nominated for the Bancroft Prize. She's the recipient of numerous fellowships, including the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Fellowship in 2022. She taught at the University of Massachusetts for over 2 decades, where she was awarded the Chancellor's Medal, which is the highest honor bestowed on faculty. She's the author of The Counter-Revolution of Slavery, Politics and Ideology in Antebellum, South Carolina, which was named one of the 10 best books on slavery in Politico and featured in the New York Times 1619 project. Her book, The Slave's Cause, A History of Abolition, which won the Frederick Douglass, the Organization of American Historians Avery Craven, the Southern Historical Association's biannual James Rawley, and Shear Best Book prizes, was also longlisted for the National Book Award for Nonfiction. Professor Sinha's latest book has an interesting title, The Rise and Fall of the Second American Republic, Reconstruction 1860 to 1920. Think about that. It was reviewed in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Times Literary Supplement, and the New Republic, among other outlets. Her research interest lies in the transnational histories of slavery, abolition, and feminism, and the history and legacy of the Civil War and Reconstruction. Professor Sinha has written for the Times Literary Supplement, the New York Review of Books, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New York Daily News, Time Magazine, CNN, the Boston Globe, Dissent, The Nation, and Huffington Post, and has been interviewed by the national and international press. And I thought I was smart. Anyway, please welcome Professor Manisha Sinha.
Thank you so much, John, for that generous introduction, and now I have to live up to it. I want to thank Professor Edna Medford and the Abraham Lincoln Institute for inviting me here today. and of course to Ford Theater and Erica Scott and Alex Wood for hosting us. As a big Lincoln fan, I'm somewhat in awe of being here, especially looking at that booth up there. So you just heard a wonderful talk, a detailed talk on a very interesting African-American veteran of the Civil War and his memories of the war. And so that sort of microhistory I find really appealing, but my talk today will sort of zoom up and give you a sort of broad overview of my new book. And it's drawn from this new book on Reconstruction that was published last year, The Rise and Fall of the Second American Republic. So this book focuses on the debate over who is a citizen and the role of the state in expanding or constricting rights and indigenous sovereignty in the aftermath of emancipation and the American Civil War. So that is the broad theme. Now, Reconstruction, of course, is the period immediately, it's usually seen as the period immediately following the Civil War. And its dates extend from 1865, the end of the war, to the so-called Compromise of 1877, with the election of Rutherford B. Hayes to the presidency and the fall of the last Reconstruction state governments in the South. Many historians now dispute whether there was, in fact, compromise. My new book, though, considerably expands the temporal and spatial scope of Reconstruction, which I argue began with the election of Abraham Lincoln to the presidency in 1860, when the first American Republic fell with the secession of the Lower South states the following year, and then, of course, the firing on Fort Sumter and the creation of the Confederacy. So I argue that we need to look at Abraham Lincoln not just as the author of the Emancipation Proclamation, one of the leading lights behind the 13th Amendment to the US Constitution, but also as our first Reconstruction president. He was the first American president to formally and publicly endorse Black citizenship, which was, in fact, the crucial issue of Reconstruction. So the book pays a lot of attention to the process of emancipation during the Civil War and Reconstruction, when the American Republic and the Constitution were remade or reconstructed to establish an interracial democracy in the United States after the destruction of racial slavery. It looks at the long unwinding of Reconstruction in the South and the nation after 1877. And this is what I think makes the book somewhat distinct from other books on Reconstruction that abruptly end in 1877. In fact, to completely overthrow the gains and the achievements of Reconstruction, we have this extended period when, through violent terrorism and through law, those gains were undone. And without understanding that, we never fully understand the achievements of Reconstruction. So the book goes right up to the end of the 19th century, when Black citizenship was overthrown in the southern states formally by state constitutions and laws, and replaced by a regime of disfranchisement, racial segregation, and violence, debt peonage, sharecropping, and the convict lease labor system, which some historians have called slavery by another name. So the crucial question of Reconstruction is this: how did interracial democracy progress under the revolutionary impetus of the Civil War and emancipation? And why did that effort unravel by the end of the 19th century? Reconstruction birthed a national citizenship, expanding the boundaries of political belonging, rights, and claims on the nation state, particularly by the formerly enslaved. Building, quote, a composite nation, a nation of different peoples, of different ethnicities, of different races, as the self-emancipated abolitionist Frederick Douglass put it, was the greatest challenge of the Second American Republic. It was a fraught and contested project. We know, of course, that more than 700,000 Americans died in the Civil War, and nearly 100,000 indigenous people were killed in wars on reservations, in assimilation campaigns during the second half of the 19th century. Around 4 million enslaved people won their freedom and citizenship rights only to be subject to a new regime of racist terror after the destruction of Reconstruction. So books on Reconstruction that ignore that later period miss out on an essential part of that story, the fall of the Second American Republic. Now, despite the emergence of the suffrage movement, women remained disfranchised. This is another aspect of the book that I will highlight. I argue that Reconstruction is also women's history, even though it's not often seen in that manner. Asian immigrants were systematically excluded, beginning with the Chinese exclusion law, which became a prototype for other exclusions in immigration law by 1924. And strikes by all workers of different ethnicities were violently put down. So it is not only the chronology and scope of the book, but its interpretation that is at odds with conventional narratives, which have emphasized how the United States was able to develop a unique and long-lasting experiment in Republican government by expanding the boundaries of democracy incrementally but consistently to groups previously denied inclusion. Now, in this prevailing view, the Anglo-American tradition of liberal democracy is distinct from the more volatile histories of continental Europe, or so the story goes. From simplistic histories of American exceptionalism to more sophisticated analyses of democracy in the Western world, the old view cannot, in fact, explain the violent upheavals of the mid to late 19th century in American history. The Civil War itself and the brutal overthrow of Reconstruction in the South. As President Abraham Lincoln put it in December 1862, quote, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history." The Civil War resulted in the destruction of the First American Republic and birth the Second. My notion of a Second Republic comes from the history of French republicanism. Now, of course, that is not a perfect match. The French have had 5 republics and 5 constitutions. The United States instead has remade its republic through constitutional amendments and federal law. But I think it is a useful analogy, especially for those who are unfamiliar with the history of American democracy, with all its twists and turns. And you couldn't have a better case than Reconstruction. In borrowing the terminology of French republicanism to describe events in the United States, I seek to highlight the growth of reactionary authoritarianism in the post-war South, a type of politics that we often associate with the rest of Europe and the Americas. Put simply, the long afterlives of slavery and the downfall of Reconstruction are as important to understanding United States history as are more familiar ameliorative tales about the abolition of slavery and the expansion of democracy and citizenship rights during Reconstruction. Now, the story of the contest between the two is designed to capture an essential and ongoing theme in American history, which was never all one or the other. Again, I depart from much of the new scholarship that instead of capturing this contest, lumps all American history under the all-encompassing frame of racism. Not only that, but the history of the unmaking of Reconstruction reveals the global significance of the first abortive experiment to transform the slaveholders' republic into an interracial democracy, a process which began with President Abraham Lincoln and his administration. So my goal is to put Reconstruction in a broad transnational context and to thereby demonstrate that its long death has as much to tell us as its short-lived triumph. We always hear just that part of the story. We don't hear about the long death. So I'm not arguing that Reconstruction continues until 1900 or 1920. That would be a misreading and a superficial reading of the book. In fact, I'm very concerned about talking about the unwinding of Reconstruction in that period. So in employing the Second American Republic framework, my work draws inspiration not just from the history of French republicanism, but also from the rest of the Americas, where republics rose and fell to the forces of reaction and authoritarianism. Now, other recent work has expanded Reconstruction's chronological and spatial boundaries. Especially Western historians have come up with the notion of the Greater Reconstruction. But unlike these histories, I emphasize disjuncture rather than continuity. For instance, to view the bold experiment in interracial democracy that was Southern Reconstruction as the same political process that led to the subjugation of the indigenous nations in the West, nativism, the rise and triumph of industrial capitalism during the Gilded Age, and imperialism, is to completely miss the contestation that shaped this era. I argue that these events must be viewed as part of the long overthrow of Reconstruction and of the abolitionist aims of the American Civil War, and not as their consequence. So where most see the seamless expansion of the American nation state, I show change and open conflict over democracy, citizenship, sovereignty, and political economy. Central to this history is the truly emancipatory moment represented by the new civic democracy of Reconstruction and its significant legacy of progressive constitutionalism and democratic governance. The novel notion that the government is responsible for expanding rights and maintaining the welfare of all its citizens, regardless of race, color, and previous condition of servitude. These are the terms used in the Reconstruction constitutional amendments, particularly the 14th Amendment, the most important one. Debates on the nature of governance, whether all citizens and non-citizens are equally rights-bearing individuals and claimants before the state, defined the Second American Republic. So if we think of the rise of government's responsibility to its most vulnerable citizens, especially freed people in the South, we think of a government agency like the Freedmen's Bureau, which was, of course, established under the administration of Abraham Lincoln. Now, there can be no doubt that the destruction of racial slavery and the reconstruction of the misbegotten Southern Confederacy fundamentally remade the entire American Republic. That revolution transformed the US Constitution. And since I wrote a book on abolition, I was very interested in seeing what happened to the abolitionist project during Reconstruction. And it was interesting to me to see many of the old abolitionists very much involved in establishing what they called abolition democracy, a term they used for Reconstruction and one that was adopted by the great Black activist and scholar W.E.B. Du Bois in his book, Black Reconstruction. Now, long before historians did, the abolitionist William Goodell proclaimed in 1861 in his newspaper, the Principia, that the Civil War was, quote, the Second American Revolution that portended the national abolition of all inequalities. The abolitionist feminist Angelina Grimke Weld, in her 1863 address of the Women's National Loyal League to the soldiers of our Second American Revolution, it was an address to the Union Army, she argued that the Southern slavocracy threatened the freedom of all American citizens and sought to enslave workingmen of all colors. So the abolitionist view of Reconstruction was far-reaching. It encompassed the end of slavery, but for many, especially for Grimke Weld and others, it included women's rights. For others, it included working men's rights, and still others, immigrant rights. In fact, when Chinese Americans formed their first associations, they called them equal rights leagues, modeled after those leagues founded by African Americans, by the Black Convention movement in the nation and the South. So the American experiment in democratic republicanism, abolition, and Black citizenship was not unique, but it was part of a broader global transformation from slavery to freedom. In the aftermath of the American Revolution, we know that the northern states had abolished slavery through gradual emancipation laws and created a republic, as Lincoln put it, half slave and half free. With the Haitian Revolution, the Latin American Wars of Independence, and British emancipation, much of the Western world had abolished colonial slavery. On the eve of the American Civil War, slavery had been abolished throughout the Americas, and was on the wane, except for what we call the second slavery of the United States South, Cuba, Brazil, and Puerto Rico, which was then still part of the Spanish Empire. In the Americas, one can discern a broader Atlantic reconstruction that included Cuba and Brazil, two countries where the so-called second slavery of the 19th century crumbled after slavery was destroyed in the US South. So the American example of emancipation and reconstruction was very important. The rise of the Second American Republic inspired anti-slavery republicanism throughout the Western Hemisphere, and eventually the Brazilian monarch and the Spanish Empire were overthrown by the end of the 19th century. And the person who really understood that was, of course, Lincoln, who encouraged the growth of anti-slavery republicanism in Mexico, in Argentina, and other places in the Americas. The Second American Republic, born during the Civil War, was a massive course correction in United States history, resulting in the destruction of racial slavery and the establishment of national citizenship according to naturalization and birthright. It's often forgotten that the 14th Amendment includes both naturalization and birthright. Reconstruction was an unprecedented experiment in interracial democracy and Black citizenship. It also remade American democracy, establishing this national standard and increasing the powers of the federal government considerably to ensure the civil and political rights of its citizens. It also expanded boundaries of national belonging and social claims on the nation state. It raised issues of native sovereignty, naturalization of immigrants that had been previously restricted to whites. An 1870 law extended that to people of African descent, and the emancipation and enfranchisement of women. The suffrage movement took off during Reconstruction. The Reconstruction Constitution and laws that created the Second American Republic would have to be systematically overthrown and misinterpreted by the United States Supreme Court in order to undo the achievements of abolition democracy. Now, if I had a PowerPoint here, you would see a slide with all the Reconstruction amendments and the federal civil rights laws of 1866, of 1875, that actually outlawed Jim Crow before it was established in the South. The enforcement acts that gave the federal government powers to put down domestic political terrorism, the establishment of the Department of Justice under the Grant administration. So the defeat of the slave power in the Civil War inspired enslaved and abolitionists all over, in Cuba, Brazil, but the demise of interracial democracy in the United States also contributed to the unchecked emergence of imperialism and reactionary authoritarianism. To fully understand the significance and legacy of Reconstruction, one must grapple not only with the constitutional and legal achievements of this period, but also with its systematic overthrow through a campaign of domestic political terrorism in the South and judicial misinterpretation during the long unwinding of Reconstruction to the end of the 19th century. Now I extend my purview of Reconstruction to 1920, not by saying that Reconstruction lasted until 1920, but to argue that the 19th Amendment to the Constitution in 1920 that gave women the right to vote was modeled after the 15th Amendment to the US Constitution that gave Black men the right to vote. So it's really Reconstruction's legacy at that point. But the fact that the 19th Amendment was passed after the overthrow of Reconstruction meant that it excluded a majority of African American women in the South. African Americans remained disfranchised until the Civil Rights Movement, nearly 100 years after Reconstruction. So unlike previous work on Reconstruction that I mentioned earlier, start in 1865, end in 1877, I argue that we need to pay a lot of attention to the period after 1877 to understand the complete overthrow of the Reconstruction Constitution. Connecting the struggle for Black citizenship with debates over ethnicity, gender, economic autonomy, and sovereignty that raged at the same time, I aim to show that we have missed much by confining our vision of the end of Reconstruction to the South. It is in this sense a compelling example of the overthrow of American democracy for a significant period in US history. But it took a long time for the gains of Reconstruction to be undone. After all, they had been put in the Constitution, a process that most historians of Reconstruction ignore. The massive economic and political dislocations of the Gilded Age that followed Reconstructions were not just product of the changes wrought by the Civil War and Reconstruction. They were also a result of the defeat of the prior era's emancipatory legacy. They represented, to borrow the words of a historian of modern Europe, Arno J. Meyer, quote, the persistence of the old regime, a virulently anti-democratic hierarchical politics that persisted in the post-Reconstruction South and justified the new global political economy of industrial capitalism and imperialism. In the end, the defeat of Black freedom would be the defeat of American democracy as a whole, when the United States entered into a period that I call American Thermidor, again borrowing terminology from the history of French republicanism. So we really need to look especially at the crucial decade of the 1890s. This is when Southern state constitutions systematically disfranchised Black men. This is when you have Plessy versus Ferguson that gave the green light to Jim Crow in the South. This is when you have the Wounded Knee Massacre in 1890, which was a death knell for Native sovereignties. In the 1880s and continuing to the 1890s, you have exclusionary immigrant laws increasingly around issues of ethnicity and race. By the 1920s, preference was given not just to European immigrants, but Northern and Western Europeans from Germany, Norway, Denmark, etc. And even Southern Europeans were seen as, quote, lesser whites. So this is a kind of falling out of Reconstruction's radical racial egalitarianism. And instead, what you get is just the opposite. Another primary theme of my book is the ongoing tension between democracy and capitalism, with the latter's historical entanglement in slavery and imperialism and their long afterlives. There's a whole school of historians that has now talked about the connections between Southern slavery and Northern capitalism. But it is only after the Civil War, with the industrial takeoff in the United States in the 19th century. This is when the United States replaces Britain as the leading industrial power in the world, and if not the leading imperium in the world. The reconstruction of capitalism proved to be successful in the nation, even as its reconstruction of democracy faltered. It is the story of the unwinding of that legacy during this period that can tell us much about the afterlives of slavery, the persistence of unfree labor, peonage in the South and in the West among indigenous people, and the contest, which had actually been outlawed by Congress during Reconstruction, and the contested triumph of industrial capitalism that reinforced domestic social hierarchies, created novel forms of economic inequality, and inaugurated the global race for empire in the United States. So democracy in American history has always been challenged, rigorously challenged, by forces of political and economic reaction. The rapid industrialization of the country and the dismal conditions of labor that followed Reconstruction made a mockery of the free labor ideology of the victorious North. This was the era, of course, of robber barons, monopoly capitalism, and what many labor activists called wage slavery. New wars and imperial dreams of empire, inspired by the regime of racist apartheid in the post-Reconstruction South and the conquest of Western Indian nations, further hobbled American democracy at home and abroad. The final conquest of the West and destruction of indigenous sovereignties paralleled the overthrow of Southern Reconstruction and pointed the way to the rise of a formal and informal overseas American empire as the United States government was fully diverted from emancipatory to imperial aims. So again, in the 1890s, you of course have the Spanish-American-Cuban War and the rise of a formal overseas American empire. By the end of the 19th century, US empire would subject people from the Caribbean to the Philippines to colonial rule. The demise of the Second American Republic inaugurated an era of hierarchy and inequality rather than the one of equal citizenship promised by the War for Emancipation and Reconstruction. So the international significance of the fall of the Second American Republic was evident in the lessons that Western imperialists drew about the supposed impossibility of interracial democracy, about the necessity of ordering, quote, the relations between ruling and subject races, and the notion of, quote, the unfitness of non-white races for political rights. Pronouncing Reconstruction in the South a failure and the conquest of the West a success, the United States joined European nations in the scramble for empire. Most Americans, one historian observes, quote, internationalize the race problem, identifying the common backward characteristics of all non-white peoples, as well as a common superiority of Anglo-Saxons around the world, unquote. Indeed, the alleged failure of Reconstruction and the overthrow of Black citizenship in the South became the specific grounds on which American intellectuals, historians, and politicians justified not only despotic rule at home, but an overseas empire. Jim Crow on a global scale, what historians now call Jim Crow colonialism. John W. Burgess, a Southerner and Columbia University political scientist, who vilified Black citizenship during Reconstruction as, quote, a monstrous thing, commended the now imperialist Republicans for taking on the white man's burden of civilizing the world and for, quote, imposing the sovereignty of the United States upon 8 million of Asiatics in the Philippines after the Spanish-Cuban-American War of 1898. In founding an overseas empire, the administration of William McKinley had steered the Republican Party from supposedly false notions of racial equality birthed by the party of Lincoln and Reconstruction to an understanding of the, quote, vast differences in political capacity between the races. So, of course, it was in their interest to vilify Reconstruction as an experiment in black misrule, corruption, federal tyranny. That went hand in hand with lost cause mythologies of the American Civil War. Now, Burgess inspired his colleague, William A. Dunning, also a Columbia University historian. I think Eric Foner, my mentor, and I are paying our dues for our alma mater, because they were all based there, who, with his mostly Southern students, formed the Dunning School of Southern Reconstruction Historiography. The first professionally trained historians to write on Reconstruction, they perpetrated racist stereotypes and gave scholarly legitimacy to the Jim Crow South. Similarly, Charles Francis Adams Jr. wrote about, quote, the new conception of the race problem in the United States, which was taking, quote, less of a theoretical and humanitarian approach, an approach pioneered by abolitionists and anti-slavery politicians like Lincoln, and instead embracing the reigning shibboleths of the pseudoscience of race. This is, of course, the heyday of social Darwinism, scientific racism, European imperialism, the scramble for Africa, all leading to the Great War, to the First World War between nationalist European states. Now, pro-slavery Confederates had been right all along in this view. Ironically, it was Republicans who first realized slaveholders' dream of an empire in the Caribbean, Central America, and what one historian has called, quote, the White Pacific. At the same time, the United States Supreme Court undid all the constitutional and legal gains of Reconstruction. Starting early, the slaughterhouse cases in 1873, it steadily undermined the guarantee of national citizenship and equal protection before the law of the 14th Amendment. With a few exceptions, the judicial precedent of retrenchment held fast throughout the 19th century, greenlighting Jim Crow as well as black disfranchisement. So you not only had Plessy versus Ferguson, you also had Williams versus Mississippi that allowed southern states to systematically disfranchise black men. The court even reinterpreted the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, designed specifically for freed people to protect the rights of corporations during the Gilded Age and against any government regulation of the economy and labor conditions. The Republican Party itself slowly transformed from the party of Lincoln and anti-slavery to that of big business. So one could empathize with the plight of somebody like Winters and African Americans who are left orphaned in terms of political affiliation. The Democratic Party was the party of Southern segregation still, and the Republican Party had, of course, emerged as completely doing away with its commitments to black rights. Though African American affiliation would finally change with the New Deal and would be cemented during the civil rights era when the parties flipped roles on political and civil rights for African Americans. Only in modern times has the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause been interpreted to expand the rights of citizens as it was originally intended. So by the end of the 19th century, the Second American Republic's project of interracial democracy was in tatters. Yet its ideals and the freedom claims of the disfranchised animated the social movements and struggles for equality that followed. These alternative democratic visions were the product of Reconstruction and its discontents. Even after the many successes of the civil rights movement in the 20th century, the betrayal of Reconstruction haunts American democracy. The nation still lives with the competing legacies of democracy and authoritarianism bequeathed by the rise and fall of the Second American Republic. Thank you so much for listening so patiently.
All right. As as we did at the first speaker, please feel free. I see you all asking those questions. You all are paying attention. But please do continue to filter in your questions for the next few minutes while we do this short Q&A with Professor Sinha. All right, you ready? I'm ready. Dr. Sinha, does the Second American Republic and similar offer ideas for breaking the cycle of democratic progress undone by reactionary authoritarian forces?
That's a loaded question. People have asked me often when I've done book talks on, where are we at now? Is this the third, fourth American Republic? And in fact, I'm writing a piece on the Third American Republic, founded with the New Deal and cemented by the Civil Rights Revolution. We often call the Civil Rights Movement the second reconstruction of American democracy, and we know that there are activists and scholars today calling for a third reconstruction of American democracy. But I would definitely say that we now live in a period of contestation over the legacies of the Third American Republic, which really does harken back to the first Reconstruction. These are debates over citizenship, over immigration, over the role of the nation state, the role of the state government, the New Deal state. These are questions over civil rights protections, over voter suppression. In fact, if you look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it reproduces the Civil Rights Act of 1875 that the Supreme Court had declared, quote, unconstitutional. Or if you look at the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that finally got rid of black disfranchisement in the South, its title says to enforce the 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution of 1870. So with Shelby County versus Holder in 2013, the Supreme Court, our present Supreme Court, gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So we are still living with that contestation in this Third American Republic.
What parallels do you see between America's history of slavery and India's Hindu caste system?
That's a great question. I am an Indian American. I guess I'm the first Indian American president of the Society for Historians of the Early American Republic. And I grew up in India. I came to this country as a graduate student when I was 21 years old. And I've now lived longer in this country than I did in the country of my birth. The caste system in India is a very complicated, ancient system. There's a scholar, a writer, Isabel Wilkerson, who actually did an interesting comparison between the caste system in India and racism in the United States and anti-Semitism and Nazism in Germany. So I would refer you to her. But I think it's very difficult to do a complete match between the caste system and racial segregation in the United States, mainly because they're just very different systems with very different origins. I would say the more apt comparison would be to look at the ways in which most former slave societies in the Americas have dealt with the question of race and black citizenship in their own countries. And I know a lot of good comparative work that is being done there. There are others who have compared, the end of Russian serfdom with the end of American slavery, et cetera. So we can draw some of these global comparisons, but I think it's very important also to look at the vast differences between the persistence of racial inequality and the persistence of caste disabilities in India. I will say, though, that when Dr. King visited India, and my father actually met him, when he did that, he was inspired, of course, by Gandhi's notion of nonviolent struggle against evil. And he was very interested in the Indian Constitution's system of reservations for what is known as the scheduled caste, the lower castes. and came back with that idea of affirmative action to the United States. Dr. King is often quoted wrongly, I think, about that issue, but he was very taken with this idea that there should be some form of repair to harm done to people who've been oppressed for centuries.
In what ways did women's suffrage movement between 1900 and 1920 utilize the memory and or image of Abraham Lincoln?
That's a great question. You know, Lincoln, his Bible was the Declaration of Independence. He always quoted that. And we know when Elizabeth Cady Stanton wrote the Declaration of Sentiments, she also used the Declaration of Independence to vindicate the rights of women. The suffrage movement tried to appropriate, I would say, Lincoln's legacy, because they said that there was one speech where Lincoln said that if you paid taxes, you should be allowed to vote. And he seemed to indicate that that might include women. Of course, we know that Lincoln did not make any pronouncement on the issue of women's rights at all. So I think it was kind of an appropriation. But they did want to appropriate the legacy of expanding the boundaries of democracy through progressive constitutionalism. That was what happened during Reconstruction, and that's what they wanted. They wanted a constitutional amendment, not a federal law, even though they fought at different state levels, and in fact got the right to vote in many states in the West before the 19th Amendment. But they definitely wanted that amendment. That was a legacy of Reconstruction. But as I said earlier, because they fought after the downfall of Reconstruction, they made a lot of compromise with Southern white suffragists. Many of these Southern white suffragists didn't want federal laws or constitutional amendments. And when they wanted suffrage, they wanted to exclude Black women. So they made a lot of expedient compromises on the issue of race, even though there were many Black women who fought for suffrage. So clearly, the suffrage movement is a little conflicted by the 1920s and early teens, because it is actually waged in the shadow of the downfall of Reconstruction. I nowhere say that the 19th Amendment was part of Reconstruction itself. It was inspired by the legacy of interracial democracy. But as I say in my book, inaugurated by Lincoln, that's often forgotten, that Lincoln actually inaugurated that process.
I think we have time for one more. This is an interesting one about your views on the future. Can you see the next American Republic in the view of automation in terms of AI and quantum computation revolution?
I think my sons, who are STEM graduates and working in that field, are more adept at answering that question than I am. But I, like Lincoln, am a big believer in the concept of natural rights and human rights. That's the founding idea of American republicanism. And when we're talking about AI, I always tell my students, you can use AI to manage vast amounts of your research data. Sometimes you could even plug in a really badly written letter from the 19th century, a bad handwriting. Alexander Stevens, he had the worst handwriting. I mean, also a bad cause, but he also had a bad handwriting. You can plug that into AI and get them to transcribe it for you, but make sure you check yourself. So you can get them to do, I'm not a Luddite. You can get them to do historical research for you, but don't get them to write your paper, because you're not using your brains then. I count that as plagiarism, as bad as plagiarism, because you're not using your own creative insights into writing something. So I think we are too enamored sometimes by new technologies. We have to remember, as the great Thomas Kuhn said in The History of Scientific Revolutions, that all scientific progress needs to be managed by human commitments to human creativity, to human rights, to our founding, constitutional order, to our republic. And I say this very much aware that we are on the eve of the semi-quincentennial, which is just a fancy way of saying the 250th anniversary of the founding of the American Republic, for which Lincoln gave his life.
All right, thank you so much. You can meet up with Professor Sinha in the lobby for the book signing. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. So good morning. My name is David Kent. I am the author of Lincoln, The Fire of Genius. I'm the immediate past president of the Lincoln Group of DC, and I'm a board member of the Abraham Lincoln Institute. So I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, John Greenspan. Now, I first came across John this past year because I've been traveling throughout my native New England, researching for my next book, and after a visit to Hartford, Connecticut, found out about John's extraordinary book about the Wide Awakes. And as John will tell you, the Wide Awakes got their start in Hartford. So I immediately contacted him and went and met him downtown DC, and he's been very, very, very helpful for me, both to me personally and to presenting this fascinating story of the Wide Awakes. So John Greenspan is the curator of political history at Smithsonian's National Museum of American History. He has a bachelor's degree from Sarah Lawrence College in history, and both a master's and PhD in history from the University of Virginia. He's the author of the award-winning The Virgin Vote: How Young Americans Made Democracy Social, Politics Personal, and Voting Popular in the 19th Century. He frequently contributes to the New York Times. He's been featured in the New Yorker, the Washington Post, and elsewhere, and he lives here in New York and Washington, D.C. So today he's going to speak about his newest book, Wide Awake: The Forgotten Force That Elected Lincoln and Spurred the Civil War. So please welcome John Greenspan.
Thank you all for coming today. Thank you, David, for the introduction, and Edna for organizing this, and all of you for being here on a Saturday. As David mentioned, I work at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History, so I'm an objects guy, and usually I have objects to hide behind and cartoons and posters and big slideshows. So without any of that today, I'm going to try to tell you a story, and I might end up marching around and acting out a little. It's nice to have the stage. I'm going to tell you the story of 19-year-old Eddie Jurgensen, the 19-year-old working-class supply clerk in a textile store in Hartford who helped spark, accidentally, one of the largest, most consequential, and strangest mass political movements in American political history, the Wide Awakes. And I'd like to ask by a show of hands before I go any further, who's heard of the Wide Awakes in this room? That is a good response. I'll do half the talk because you already probably know half this already. So many people do not know about the Wide Awakes. I've spent 18 years of my life now chasing after these guys and trying to fill out their story because it's so exciting and so crucial to me. First of all, for those of you who have no idea what the Wide Awakes are, the Wide Awakes were a mass youth movement in the election of 1860, before the Civil War, that used militaristic campaigns to help elect Lincoln and the Republican Party and protest slavery's effect on American democracy. They really are, to me, a crucial puzzle piece that helps kind of connect the dots between a lot of moments and elements of the story of the coming of the Civil War and of American democracy that I've always felt hazy on. For one thing, the Wide Awakes, as you'll see, will help explain how Lincoln was elected and how the Republican Party, an anti-slavery party, finally wins power in American history. Anti-slavery movements, abolitionist movements, historically lose in American politics throughout the first two-thirds of the 19th century, basically. It's really hard for them to win on the ground. Somehow, in 1860, we have this victory of Lincoln, of the Republican Party, not necessarily abolitionists, but a party with, as Frederick Douglass said it, an anti-slavery reputation. The Wide Awakes help explain the coalition that comes together, often the mass youth movement that comes together to make that possible. They also help us understand how you can connect the dots from that campaign to Civil War itself. It never quite made sense to me how you go from arguing about slavery and the territories and the line between free and slave states to actually shooting at each other. And the Wide Awakes helped make a political movement into a military movement. They start as a campaign organization and end up as a paramilitary organization and as a recruiting organization. And where there is bloodshed at the beginning of the Civil War, they are either present or their opponents are present thinking about the Wide Awake. So they help tell a contiguous story, not a story that goes to the election of Lincoln, pauses and resumes at Fort Sumter, but a story that is told all the way through by the same individuals. And third, I really like talking about the Wide Awakes because they help us get a sense of the line between rhetoric and action in a democracy. This movement is militaristic. It talks about itself as an army. They march in uniforms. They use a lot of menacing rhetoric. And then a war breaks out. So we have this query at the heart of the Wide Awake story. A year before the Civil War breaks out, hundreds of thousands of American young men and some women are marching in uniforms in the street, calling themselves a military force. Where is the line between that military rhetoric and between violent action? I think in our own life and in our own democracy, we think about that line an awful lot. What is menacing? What is motivating? How do you parse when you're mobilizing people to go vote at the polls and you're mobilizing people to go fight each other? And the Wide Awakes are at the heart of that story too. And at the heart of all these stories is Edgar S. Yurgison. As I mentioned, 19 years old in 1860, living in Hartford, Connecticut. He works at Talcott and Post textile shop. He also boards at Talcott and Post. He bathes at Talcott and Post. He eats at Talcott and Post, and he makes $50 a year for it. He's new in Hartford, the big city to him from rural Connecticut, and he wants to get involved in anti-slavery politics. He's about as low on the rung of American politics as you can get. He's an anti-slavery Republican, but he's definitely not an abolitionist. And the moment he ceases to get involved is in late February 1860. The Republican Party in Hartford is going to kick off the governor's race and the 1860 election year with a big rally in Hartford. And they're bringing Cassius M. Clay to come speak. Show of hands, who knows Cassius Clay? All right, another beloved figure in American history, the Kentucky anti-slavery activist, abolitionist, newspaper printer, who's fought and bled to defend his right to criticize slavery in a slave state. The descendant, connected to Henry Clay and the Kentucky political family, and the namesake in some ways of Muhammad Ali a century later. Cassius Clay is going to speak on slavery, on kicking off the election for governor of Connecticut, and Connecticut is then a doubtful state. It's not certain when it will go Democratic and when it will go Republican. It's about as far north as you can go in the Union and still find a tense political fight at this point between the forces who want to expand slavery and those who are opposed to it. Eddie Yurgison wants to be involved. He knows that after Cassius's speech at night in a theater, there will be a torchlit march back to his hotel room, to the Allen House Hotel. Eddie wants to be involved, so he steals a torch, and he puts it under his cape, and he goes back to the textile store to talk to his friends. And when he opens up his cape, there's an oil stain all over it. His friends laugh at him, but he goes to the waterproof fabric area of the textile shop and cuts himself a makeshift cape, cinches it with a little, like a neck cinch, and throws it over his shoulders. He has a black, shiny, waterproof cape. He takes that torch and puts it on a curtain rod, a 6-foot curtain rod, and there is his outfit. His buddies see something in it, and they make several other capes, so that when Cassius Clay wraps up his speech against slavery that night, and the Connecticut Hartford Republicans go out into the cold February night, there are these 5 guys in pseudo-military black capes with long torches. The Republicans kind of see some cachet, some verve in this symbol, and put them at the front of the march back to the hotel. And on the way, they are attacked by pro-slavery Democrats who try to beat them up and steal their torches. In the fray, some people are injured, but they hold on to their torches. And it's seen as a big victory for Cassius Clay, for the Republicans in Hartford, who often have to fight in the streets, even in Yankee, Connecticut, to criticize slavery. They go home, they go to bed. 1 week later, Eddie Yurgison and 35 of his friends meet in one of their apartment buildings to form a new political organization intended to fight in the streets and protect anti-slavery speakers, who are frequently targets at this time. They like Eddie's cape, and they kind of come up with a more militaristic cape with black soldiers' caps, and they choose a military theme for their political organization, which is rare at this moment. They elect leaders, they elect a captain, commander, lieutenants, they come up with a code, they get Major Hardy's light rifle drill book to start talking about how to march in the streets. They pick out their torches and their lanterns, and they need a name for this movement. And one of them suggests, why not the Republican Wide Awakes? There are a couple reasons for this. The first is that just that morning, one of the newspapers that was encouraging an active campaign had written an article titled Republicans Wide Awake in 1860. But wide awake is kind of a slang term in the 1850s that means something not exactly what woke meant a couple years ago, but something like it, alert to a problem, standing up for oneself. And this gets at the heart of what the wide awakes are thinking about. Across the board, many of these wide awakes will come to have diverse views, come from diverse populations. They agree that they need to stand up in a kind of northern rising against the power of slavery over American democracy. Not necessarily abolition. Some of them are abolitionists, some are not, but the goal is not to end slavery in Texas or Georgia or Virginia as much as it is to fight the impositions and the coercion they feel coming from slavery's power over American life. And American life at this time, certainly on the federal level, is slanted towards slave power. Slave owners and slavers themselves make up 2% of the US population at this time. 380,000 people legally own slaves at this point. Now they're surrounded by family members, neighbors, political parties, communities who support the institution, but it's a really small minority. And yet you can see them well placed throughout American life. The Supreme Court justices who come up with the Dred Scott decision deciding that African Americans have no constitutional rights, 5 of the 9 of them are enslavers. 2% of the population, 5 out of 9. In Congress, the 3/5 clause, it gives extra seats and extra representation for people who live in districts that hold slaves, gives 30 extra congressmen to the South by 1860. And this matters not just for roll call votes, it matters for the fights that happen on Congress's floor, for the brawls, the yelling, the ugliness that you see in the Capitol in those years. And that ugliness is frequent. There are over 70 violent attacks in the Capitol and on the Capitol grounds during this era, often over slavery and enslavement. And you can see it in Kansas, you can see it in the pushing further west of enslavement, and you can see it in the Fugitive Slave Act, which is expanding expectations of slavery into Pennsylvania, into Massachusetts, into Connecticut. So again, this is not an issue of ending slavery necessarily where it already exists. This is a sense that there's a northern majority, there's a significant northern majority this period, and a tiny minority of, as they see it, aristocrats, because many of them are quite wealthy, are pushing slavery on a nation that doesn't want it. And this is what they are wide awake to. And yet, even as they're standing up against slavery in this form, Wide Awake has a third association in these years. The Wide Awakes in the 1850s are also anti-immigrant nativist gangs in northern cities. In Brooklyn, in Boston, in Philadelphia, the Wide Awakes are anti-Catholic organizations specifically. And many of these guys in Hartford, as they form this anti-slavery movement, have roots in anti-immigrant nativist politics, which just shows how muddled and complex this political world is. Anyway, they call themselves the Wide Awakes, and their motto, their militarism, their name catches fire in Connecticut. You can see clubs burbling up around the state, and in their first march, as bodyguards essentially for anti-slavery speakers, they escort Abraham Lincoln. Just by sheer dumb luck, these two electric forces in 1860, 1861 come together in Hartford. They escort Lincoln through the streets of Hartford. 364 days later, Lincoln marches down Pennsylvania Avenue, and there are many plainclothes Wide Awakes escorting him. They're not supposed to be there, but they're there. So these two stories are kind of twinned in this era of Lincoln's rise as a national figure and this kind of strange, forgotten mass movement that will tell us so much about American democracy. They really lead with militarism. They march, they practice and drill at night. They always have constitutions and orders of rank, and they march often in silence. And you have to contradict this with what national politics in the street looked like in antebellum America. It's frequently muddy, drunken, violent, messy, and really seen as undignified by many people. The Wide Awakes project order and dignity, and they project stability in a moment of political chaos. The Democratic Party is splitting in half in these years. The Whig Party has already died. The Know-Nothing American Party has risen and fallen, and the Republican new anti-slavery movement is marching in order, in silence, in discipline. And by marching in this way, they project a sense of stability onto anti-slavery politics. Previously, many white Northerners had discounted anti-slavery politics as radical, as wild-eyed, as dangerous for the Union, as ultra, as they would call it back then. The wide awakes seem competent, stable, calm, but also manly and military and capable of defending themselves. And this is a kind of a cultural vibe and a physical symbol that people really appreciate. They also continuously push the idea that they are the victims of coercion. And whenever their organizations are attacked, when people throw bricks at their rallies, they would often put injured wide awake marchers on the stage, behind the rostrum. So somebody would give a speech on the dangers to free speech of pro-slavery forces, of the slave power, and there'd be bloodied wide awakes sitting behind them with injuries from bricks and rocks, literally bleeding onto their uniforms. This is a way of really vocally kind of signaling to the audience the grievance, the sense of coercion that the Northern majority should feel to both slavery in the South and their allies in the Democratic Party in their own communities. The wide awakes explode from there. The Chicago Convention that May is kind of a moment when wide awakes come together and also expand. Chicago Republicans want to promote themselves in their city, so they organize several thousand wide awakes in a couple weeks. You can see in the Tribune articles saying Illinois formed clubs, Wisconsin formed clubs, Iowa, and literally pointing at different towns in the community in about 200 miles north, west, and south of Chicago, saying young men form clubs, come to Chicago for this rally. So that when the delegates of the Republican Party converge on Chicago, they see wide awake rallies each night, they participate in many of them, the textile stores in town start handing out uniforms, and then when they go back, these delegates to Pennsylvania, to Maine, to California, they often bring the movement with them. You can see a vast explosion of the wide awake movement among young Republicans in the summer of 1860. And it's a notably diverse movement. The original wide awakes in Hartford are mostly working class young white men with alliances with previously, as I mentioned, the nativist movement. But at the same time, in other parts of the nation, large numbers of recent immigrants are signing up. German and Scandinavian immigrants, 48ers who'd been involved in the revolutions in 1848 in Germany and in Central Europe, are signing up in wide awake companies in St. Louis, in Cincinnati, in Chicago, and Philadelphia in large numbers. So you have a movement that is bringing together recent German immigrants, radicals, with conservative know-nothings from Hartford, from Philadelphia, from Baltimore. You really see people who were at each other's throats 5 years before aligning in this movement. You have abolitionists and even women's rights activists in upstate New York and Massachusetts signing up. You get a couple female companies. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony form a female auxiliary in Seneca Falls. And you even start to see African-American clubs by the fall. First in Oberlin, Ohio, which is always kind of the exception to the rule of American political life, John Mercer Langston, who becomes a Reconstruction congressman and is one of the few African-American lawyers in Ohio, forms a wide-awake company there that's mixed race. And then Lewis Hayden, who's a fugitive enslaved person, kind of head of the Boston community, from Kentucky originally, forms African-American wide-awake company in Boston. So you have hundreds of men, African-American men, in military uniforms marching at partisan rallies. This is a really bold move for populations who can barely assemble often in public without being assaulted by mobs, and now they're marching in military lockstep, allied with white Republicans. It's brave to turn out that way, and it's brave to trust the Republican Party, which is by no means a party that is thinking at this point about really equality. They see a greater good. So you have this large, expanding, diverse movement. People come to believe that there are 500,000 wide awakes in America at this point. There are 31 million people in America, so that would be the equivalent today of a movement of 5 million Americans. We have not seen an organized movement of 5 million people with membership in an organization in our lifetimes, really. The Black Panthers had 5,000 people probably in their movement. The Wide Awakes have 500,000, and that's just one comparison. None of the mass movements in our history, in our lifetime, have reached that level. However, 500,000 is probably an exaggeration. It's probably a couple 100,000, but it would still be the equivalent of a movement of millions of people today. marching throughout the North, throughout the West. They show up in Northern California, not just San Francisco and Sacramento, but in Healdsburg and Folsom and these small towns in the woods of Northern California. You see them even trickling into the upper North. In Washington, D.C., in Baltimore, in Wheeling, in St. Louis, in cities that still maintain slavery and see themselves as Southern, you get wide-awake companies that have to fight every time they march. In Baltimore, there's basically violence every time the Baltimore wide-awakes show up on the street. In St. Louis, they order torches with lead cores so they can use them as clubs when they get into fights. And in D.C., where they set up headquarters a couple blocks from here at 6 and E basically, Northwest, there's really frequent violence. People talk about hearing the noise of wide-awake instruments being stomped on by their rival Democrats after brawls. It's a kind of a saturating moment in American political life. You really see these rallies at night, and they are thrilling to people who've been waiting for this movement to come. It really feels to many people like a northern rising, an anti-slavery rising that many people have been waiting generations for. To others, it feels like the end of the Republic. There are certainly Northern Democrats who make the legitimate case, I think, that this militarism is crossing a line in American democracy, that this is an unprecedented menace, that you can run a campaign, you can march, you can use torches, but by using their military rhetoric, by calling themselves an army, they are crossing an invisible line in American democracy, pushing it into violence. Many people feel as if the country is leaning towards civil war. John Brown's raid had happened just a year before, and now here you have these guys in military uniforms as a partisan paramilitary force marching in America's streets. It is deeply upsetting legitimately to some people, even as they push this cause that we might admire today. And there are others who just see them as a rival violent force and start to organize offset clubs, as they called them. In the North and in the South, they organize their own clubs. Minutemen clubs, bell ringers for John Bell's Constitutional Union, chloroformers to put the wide awakes back to sleep in Brooklyn. They really start to pop up along the same model, but they rarely kind of project the same militarism and order that the wide awakes maintain. Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, you see the emergence of the National Volunteers, which is a kind of shadowy organization of Southern Democrats who say they're organized to fight the wide awakes when Lincoln comes south to be inaugurated. The election hasn't happened yet. Certainly secession and Fort Sumter haven't happened yet. And there are people in Washington and in Baltimore saying, we are here to fight the wide awakes if we see them in our southern streets. And they see themselves as Southern Democrats. And a number of them, it turns out from a congressional investigation, are also Capitol Police officers. That's their day job. Their night job is getting ready to fight the inauguree as he comes down. So we get to the election. Oh, one other thing. Lincoln is a little skeptical of this movement. It's really hard for established Republican leaders to play nice with these 19-year-old kids in the street. The wide awakes are extremely exuberant, and they're a grassroots movement, and they show up at politicians' houses. They show up at William Henry Seward's house and wake him up with bonfires, and they show up at Susan B. Anthony's house and kind of scare her with serenades and brass bands. A lot of these politicians tell the wide awakes to go back to sleep. Some of them realize the benefit and learn how to kind of play nicely with this youthful mass movement. Seward has a great sense of humor. He learns to kind of court them. Carl Schurz in the West is really good at playing to wide awakes. Lincoln is in a bind because as the nominee, he's not supposed to campaign. It's seen as kind of craven and desperate for a candidate to campaign in these years. Stephen Douglas does it, and he's laughed at quite a bit for it. Lincoln is staying put and trying to stay quiet in Springfield, but these wide awakes keep coming to his door and demanding speeches and sending him letters telling him he's now an honorary wide awake in their club or whatever. Lincoln does in a couple letters suggest that he thinks it's the wrong way to organize. He, as kind of a classic 19th century politician, believes that what he calls counting noses is the way to run a race. You buttonhole individual doubtful voters and you talk them quietly into joining your side. In the saloon, at church, wherever it might be, you work in the community, maybe through patronage, maybe through promises. He kind of sees, as we can see in a few letters, this sense of these big, silly monster rallies at midnight with fireworks and uniforms as kind of beside the point of the actual work of campaigning. But he's quiet about it. He doesn't tell the wide awakes to go home. In November, as you all probably know, Lincoln wins. 39% of the popular vote, 59% of the electoral vote. It's a really solid win in a four-way race. I'm not going to argue that the wide awakes caused Lincoln to win, but you can see that the places he does better than previous Republican candidate is in the lower north, where the wide awakes were particularly strong. In Illinois, in Indiana, in Pennsylvania, in California, particularly among young voters, among new, young, rural voters in what is considered Western states then, in the lower north. That's Lincoln's big advantage that puts him over the top. This is the community where the wide awakes are most popular, and where in August, September, October 1860, there seemed to be wide awake rallies every day in central Illinois or central Pennsylvania. So we could say there's a correlation between the populations that vote for Lincoln and the populations that go towards the wide awakes. But almost more importantly, the wide awakes embody, as Horace Greeley says it, and exemplify the election for many people. Because Lincoln is particularly quiet, and because honestly he's still not all that well known, he is a one-term congressman from Illinois, many people look to the wide awakes as the victor of the election. They're so striking, they're so iconic, they're so noisy, that you can see people say, the wide awakes just won the election. A militaristic force, if you're opposed to them, a partisan paramilitary force is taking control of this democracy. And as the mechanisms of secession begin in November and December 1860, people frequently invoke the wide awakes. And as you know, secession begins really quickly. Southern states, South Carolina in the lead, call secession conventions. They kick out free African Americans and federal employees. They allocate funds for defense. And they often invoke the wide awakes. In fact, when South Carolina, the secession convention votes to secede in December, one of the people mentions the wide awakes in speeches that night. He says, we should not secede in dark like the wide awakes, because basically that's a bad political motto. We should secede tomorrow morning where everyone can see us. So they're still thinking about the wide awakes, even as they move into secession and civil war. When secession commissioners go to upper southern states to argue that they should secede too, in Virginia, throughout the kind of upper South and middle South, they invoke the wide awakes as well. They say you cannot stay in a republic with a partisan mass military force coming down to invade. Henry Wise, who's the former governor of Virginia and kind of a wild-eyed individual, starts telling people in Virginia that the wide awakes will invade, that we will be cut to pieces. He says that wide awake Marines are poised to invade Norfolk. There are no wide awake Marines. This is entirely bogus misinformation and disinformation, but it scares people. And one of the big questions of secession has always been, it seems to be a really small population that actually wants secession in November in 1860. And by the time you get through the next several months, it becomes a, if not majority cause, certainly more popular cause. The wide awakes help scare a lot of moderate, still Union-believing in Southerners out of the Union. Misinformation, disinformation about them is a really key lever in getting people to secede, saying the North has already broken this Union. They've broken our constitutional compact by arming and marching in the streets. The wide awakes are not usually armed, but you can say they are when you're 500 miles away and no one has seen a wide awake. So through these political bubbles, through these networks of misinformation, people really use the wide awakes in the South as a way to kind of lean Southern states out of the Union. At the same time, in the Union and in the North, other people are wondering if they can use the wide awakes in the opposite direction. Some political clubs disband the day after Lincoln's elected, as political clubs kind of usually did back then, but others stay on. Some begin to arm. Some reform as militias. Some say we were previously political and not military. Now we are military and not political. And people begin to write to Lincoln, including military figures like David Hunter and original wide awakes like George Bazell in Connecticut, saying, we can arm the wide awakes and we can be there with you. We can go to southern states to intimidate people into staying. We can march with you to be inaugurated as an army of inauguration. He gets many letters like this. There's no evidence of Lincoln saying, don't do this. But the word is put out by John Hay, one of his young secretaries, and by William S. Wood, who plans Lincoln's trip from Springfield to D.C., that the wide awakes should not go with Lincoln to D.C. They shouldn't even turn out along the way. They do turn out, but they are really kind of quietly stood down at this moment. When civil war is breaking out and the Republican Party has a mass force of young, angry, uniformed, drilled men. This could be a potential Praetorian Guard to protect Lincoln when he goes through Baltimore, or a military force. But I think Lincoln sees the threat to Union the wide awakes pose. He knows he can't win this war without the border states. He wants God on his side, but he must have Kentucky, as he maybe said. It's that kind of thing. He needs Northern Democrats as well. And the last thing he should be doing is marching around with a paramilitary partisan Republican force. So the Wide Awakes are kind of stood down publicly, but when war begins to break out, they're very present. First, when the first bloodshed of the Civil War happens in the Pratt Street riot in Baltimore. Fort Sumter begins the war, no question there. No one is killed at Fort Sumter. The first bloodshed is as troops from Massachusetts are marching through Baltimore. And the organization that kind of gets up the riot to attack Massachusetts troops in the streets of Baltimore is the National Volunteers. That same offset club I mentioned earlier in Baltimore and DC, they're the ones who get up the first violence. And that's in Baltimore. On the other side of the Republic, in St. Louis, the second bloodshed of the Civil War, militarized Wide Awakes have been organized into U.S. forces, attack a Confederate camp or a proto-Confederate camp, and in the process of marching them through St. Louis, massacre 30 people. So everywhere the fighting really begins, the bloodshed really begins, it's not yet battlefields and sabers, it's people throwing paving stones and bricks and bottles and shooting into crowds, and kind of escalation of the mounting political violence that the Wide Awakes were originally organized to put down. And the Wide Awakes are either present in St. Louis or invoked as enemies in Baltimore. They're really key to connecting these dots from the campaign to the actual fighting. Wide Awakes sign up to fight in the war in the Union effort in huge numbers in April and May 1861. Whole companies sign up. Wide Awake captains become captains of volunteer militia. The original Hartford Wide Awakes sign up in extremely large numbers. We can't say for sure because we have no full accounting of all the Wide Awakes in America, but something like 50% of military-aged Northern men fight in the war at one time or another. I'd say anecdotally, probably 3/4 of Wide Awakes serve in the war, many of them in the really early period of signing up. Eddie Yergeson, who's 19, is all set to sign up, and his mother writes him a letter saying, "Nobody loves you more than I do, don't sign up. You're gonna get yellow fever down there and die, do not sign up." And he listens to his mother for 2 whole years and then signs up and fights through the rest of the war, the head of a USCT unit. The Wide Awakes after the war kind of inherit the nation. If you think of the Gilded Age leaders of the nation, you think of these bearded Ohioans and New Yorkers who really run the Yankee Leviathan after the war. Many of them had been Wide Awakes. 5 of the 9 presidents from the rest of the century either were members of the Wide Awake movement or spoke to Wide Awake rallies in 1860. Many, bank presidents, senators, cabinet members, Congress people come from the Wide Awakes through into the Union Army and then into elite leadership after that. Eddie Yergeson is probably the best story there. Eddie Yergeson forms the original club, comes up with the original torch and cape, goes on to become one of the most famous interior designers in late 19th century America. He redecorates Thomas Edison's house, Theodore Roosevelt's house, and in the early 1890s, he redecorates the White House. He gives it the first electricity it's ever had and new drapery. So the guy who in 1860 is designing capes and torches for the Wide Awakes, in the 1890s is redesigning the White House's lighting and their drapery. And he's doing so at the behest of Benjamin Harrison, who himself was a Wide Awake in 1860. These people are kind of threaded all throughout elite life in the late 19th century. They become many of the people Professor Sinha was kind of referring to, whose politics kind of arc over the rest of the century. And Yergeson has one last interesting connection to this space. He becomes a collector of Civil War objects and icons. And in his house on Asylum Avenue in Hartford, he has kind of a little shrine where he displays his favorite objects. He has his original handmade Wide Awake cape. He has his nicer Wide Awake cape that they come up with when they design the mass movement. And he collects the flag that was hanging over Lincoln's left shoulder when he was assassinated at Ford's Theater in 1865. So you can tell in this one room in the late 1890s, the story of the Civil War, from that first cape to the mass movement to the murder and martyrdom of Abraham Lincoln, through the life of this 19-year-old guy who starts one of the biggest and most significant mass movements in our history. I love talking Wide Awakes. I'd talk Wide Awakes all day, but I think maybe I should stop talking and answer some questions.
Sounds like that might be my cue. All right, John, you ready? I'm ready.
Yes, absolutely.
So, The wide awakes could almost be compared to social media influencers of today's time. Do you see any similarities to groups that have come up in today's political times to the wide awakes of 1860s?
I see so many similarities that it's hard to keep my mouth shut about them, because sometimes you see a really strong link and sometimes it just seems like something aligned. There are a couple things. First of all, the way the wide awakes made anti-slavery seem dynamic and aggressive and masculine for many moderates at the time reminded me a little bit of, in this last presidential campaign, the use of ultimate fighting and all these other things to kind of click in with manliness in a way. I think we saw this in the 2024 race, and you saw it with the wide awakes. They would get bare knuckle boxers to march with them to kind of invoke the toughness they were trying to exude. But in many ways, the newspaper network is the best parallel to the kind of the social media network of today. There are thousands of newspapers in 19th century America, and there aren't many big establishment ones yet. There isn't kind of this kind of conglomeration and convergence of newspapers we know from the 20th century. So there are thousands of little newspapers that are explicitly partisan, that are easy to start. It takes very little capital to start. Many young people start them, and they have this kind of unofficial network. And you can see the wide awakes popping up through this network of basically local loudmouths who are partisans, who are Republicans, who are Democrats, who start a paper and spread the news and literally say, go start a wide awake club, and then become bulletin boards for the wide awake clubs and targets, if they're opponents of the wide awake clubs. You know, the wide awakes will march by the rival newspaper offices and throw bricks or groan or hiss, and they'll go to the ones they like, and they'll drink gin, and they'll toast them with their hats and everything. Although the wide awakes are publicly sober, I mean, 19th century America, they're still drinking at these rallies. It does kind of line up the way you have this network, this unofficial network that dispersed and not necessarily run by any party machinery, but spreads the word and popularizes the movement. And you can really, through newspaper databases today, just trace this movement burgeoning up and popping up in Connecticut, and then it'll bump up into in Massachusetts, and then you'll see a little in Pennsylvania, and then Illinois will start spreading it, and you can see it up in Wisconsin and out in Iowa, and you can really map and trace the expansion of this movement along the information technology networks of the time. It's certainly not the same as today, right? I'm not saying this is apples and apples, but you can kind of trace the way this influence is spread deliberately by young, non-official grassroots organizers. The organizer of the whole information network is this guy, Henry Sperry, who's a 24-year-old ticket taker at the Hartford train station. He's the one helping spread this club. He's 24 years old. He's too young to have voted in a presidential election before. So the unofficial role influencers have taken on in our politics today is a little bit similar.
How did the wide awakes contrast with the armed militia movements that also had public presence, such as the Zouaves in the north or the slave patrols in the south?
That's a great question. With one caveat, most militia movements back then were not armed. Or if they're armed, they're not loaded weapons and preparing for violence. There's a culture of public militarism that's really booming in these years called militia fever. And it kind of, even though America has a really small army and has an ethos of citizen soldiers, people in local communities, especially young men, like to put on uniforms and march around. Sometimes with weapons, but they're usually not loaded or prepared for violence. It's a kind of civic engagement, a sense of public importance. It's a great way to meet elders who will get you a job or something. It's used by as many young people as kind of an activity and a step up in life. The wide awakes are kind of swimming in that same pool, but this is a mixed metaphor, but turn it up to 11. They take the militarism, and instead of just kind of marching around during the daytime, they march at night. Instead of wearing whatever uniforms they could cobble together, they wear identical black capes. Instead of kind of being drunken and messy and spitting tobacco and smoking cigars, they're not allowed to smoke cigars. They march in silence, except for coordinated cheers. And they march in columns with ranks and leadership and everything. They take this kind of love of militarism that you see in mid-19th century American and European life and turn it into a really dynamic and partisan movement. That's the biggest thing. They're partisan. They're not just marching for fun in the community. They're marching for the election of a particular party and against another party. And That's the biggest innovation. But they are borrowing, they look at Garibaldi in Europe, in Italy. They look at the 1848 revolutions. They are borrowing from militarism around the world. They look at South American movements and kind of cobbling together what feels to them dynamic and assertive at a time when they feel they are wide awake against the threat.
How did the Wide Awakes compare to revolutionary movements in Europe in the mid-19th century?
Yeah, I mean, they're in conversation. The newspaper that gets the Wide Awakes going, the Hartford Courant, the oldest continuous newspaper in America, mentions Garibaldi 168 times in 1860. They're really in communication with what's going on in Europe. Many of the revolutionaries from the 1848 revolutions, which fail, move to America, move to St. Louis, to Cincinnati, to Cleveland or Chicago. And many of them form first Tanner clubs, which are kind of to German social clubs that are often kind of radically inclined and first they do things like practice boxing and weightlifting and marksmanship. They end up in the 1850s, these Tanner clubs, fighting against the know-nothings in their communities. And then large numbers of them become wide awakes and go into Civil War service. You know, these are the guys who are actually fighting in the streets in St. Louis when bloodshed breaks out there in May 1861. A lot of them were also fighting in Berlin or in the Rhineland or in Paris or in Milan during the 1848 revolutions. There's an international conversation about liberal democratic movements in these years. And what's interesting is this kind of romantic national militarism goes into the Wide Awakes and goes into anti-slavery in America, but its descendants in Europe do become the people who develop fascism and Nazism in the 20th century. So if you look at a Wide Awake rally and you see guys in the dark in lockstep with torches, and you look at Nuremberg and you see guys in the dark with torches, these are distantly related cousins, and they're for completely different causes, but it's this 19th and 20th century nationalist, romantic love of militarism. They go for different causes, but they actually have a similar origin in mid-19th century revolutionary movements.
I think we may have time for two more. Lincoln started his political career by warning about the dangers of mobocracy and political violence. Did he ever criticize the Wide Awakes in these terms?
Lincoln never says anything publicly against the Wide Awakes. He's always very nice to people who write him, even when they write him crackpot ideas. Even when Major General David Hunter suggests getting 100,000 Wide Awakes and marching on D.C. in the secession winter, which is a bad idea, Lincoln writes him back and says, well, we'll have to see how events unfold. Something, implication is clear there. When he's traveling to D.C. from Springfield for his kind of inaugural tour, in Philadelphia, he's honored by the Wide Awakes at this mass rally at Kensington Station, and he jokes a little with them. There's a Wide Awake in southern New Jersey who wrote to Lincoln earlier saying that he'd marched through his boots for Lincoln and wants Lincoln to send him money for a new pair of boots. And Lincoln mentions this guy and kind of joshes with him and says he marched in every rally 100 times every minute and he founded the movement and kind of has a little bit of fun with the Wide Awakes. He never says, Wide Awakes, go away. Wide Awakes, I don't want your support. But in his silences and in his letters to campaigners reminding them to count noses and in his lieutenants kind of standing down the Wide Awakes, he makes it clear that he wants this movement to have been a campaign club that goes away. He's not ready, as far as reading between the lines, to have a mass partisan political military movement in America. He doesn't say this is a bad idea, but I think we can see the direction he's going, because he doesn't say Wide Awakes come with me to DC, Wide Awakes enlist in large numbers. After November, he doesn't want to talk about them anymore. And that's different from other leaders who are saying, look, we're on the verge of a civil war, we need these guys. So I think through his silences and his implications, he thanks the Wide Awakes, but he's done with them after November. And that maybe is a sign of where he thinks the line should be between a campaign club and a paramilitary force or a larger national movement.
Okay, you mentioned them being viewed as competent relative to radical republicanism. Given their zeal and violence, what illustrated competence?
Rallies are pretty violent back then. I mean, you can see the violence cropping up at Wide Awake events, but you can also see it at Democratic events and Know Nothing events and Whig events and Free Soil events. Partisan public life back then is often quite bare knuckle, especially in certain places, especially in cities, in the mid-Atlantic, in the border states, in New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, DC, Louisville, Chicago, Cincinnati. You can see a band of the country where there's frequently political violence. And it's where partisan politics is most hard fought, where elections are most competitive, where North meets South often, or where the Democrats meet the Republicans. As Wide Awake said it, wherever the fight is hottest, that is our zone of operation, that they're looking for the conflict. And so they are involved in some violence, and it's present, but I don't want to make it seem like these guys are all just cracking heads every night. Most of them are projecting order and discipline. Many people who are not abolitionists and are really leery of anti-slavery decide to vote for Lincoln. George Templeton Strong is a good example, after seeing a Wide Awake rally and saying this is anti-slavery with order and discipline. Well, the Democratic Party looks like it's getting wilder every day and has split in two. At a time when the democracy is really crumbling, the Wide Awakes project discipline and order to a lot of people who are otherwise not supporters of what we would see as kind of anti-slavery and abolitionism. So they really do win over a large middle of the population successfully. And that's also one of the interesting things to take away from the Wide Awakes today, how they build a really diverse coalition that still manages to win over moderate voters who wouldn't have supported them a year before. And the Wide Awakes are a great model of the success of that, and so is Lincoln's presidency. I mean, the best way the Wide Awakes and Lincoln sync up is the way they use union and anti-slavery together and bring these two causes into a majoritarian movement that wins the election for him and ultimately wins the war.
All right, thank you so much, John.
Good afternoon. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction to this crowd, Harold Holzer. Harold currently serves as director of Hunter College's Roosevelt House Public Policy Institute. Before assuming this position, he previously spent 23 years as senior vice president for external affairs at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. Harold served for 9 years as co-chairman of the United States Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial Commission. In June 2010, he was elected chairman of the Lincoln Bicentennial Commission's successor organization, the Abraham Lincoln Bicentennial Foundation, which he led through 2016. Harold has served as president of the Lincoln Group of New York, on the board of directors of the Abraham Lincoln Association and the New York Civil War Roundtable, and on the editorial advisory boards of the Lincoln Herald, American Heritage, and Civil War Times. He was the founding vice chairman of the Lincoln Forum and has served as chair of this organization since 2018. Harold has co-authored and edited 56 books and contributed more than 600 articles to magazines and journals, plus chapters and forewords for 71 additional books. To say Harold is prolific is a gross understatement. Many of his works have received awards, including the Gilder Lehrman's Lincoln Prize and 4 other awards in 2015 for his book, Lincoln and the Power of the Press. Harold received the National Humanities Medal from President George W. Bush in 2008, and the Lincoln Medal of Honor from the Lincoln Society of Springfield, Illinois, that state's highest honor. For his 2008 book, Lincoln President-Elect, Harold received awards from the Lincoln Group of New York, the Civil War Roundtable of New York, and the Illinois State Historical Society. In 2015, Harold received the Lincoln Forum's Richard Nelson Curran Award of Achievement. And in 2023, he was awarded the Augustus St. Gaudens Medal for his biography of Daniel Chester French, for which he also won the 2020 New England Society Book Award. And finally, Harold was the script consultant to Steven Spielberg's film Lincoln and wrote the official Young Reader's Companion to this movie. Without further ado, I present to you my friend Harold Holzer, who will speak on his most recent and very timely book, Brought Forth on This Continent, Abraham Lincoln and American Immigration. Harold Holzer.
Thank you, Tom. I think he left out 2 or 3 things, but I'm not sure. Too much, but very nice. It's wonderful to be back at Ford's Theater. I don't know what's harder, following lunch or following John Greenspan and his terrific talk, but I think I'm up for the task, inspired, of course, by this place. And I've spoken here many times. And apropos of the subject I'm going to be tackling, I will talk to you about one such instance 10 years ago on the 150th anniversary of Lincoln's assassination here. I was part of an amazing program that Paul Tatro organized, the managing director you met first thing this morning. And as the cast members huddled into the very narrow hallway outside, we were pushed up against the wall by the Secret Service, and who should come by but Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Samuel Alito. It wasn't just the fact that they were on a date to Ford's Theater, but thinking about it, Ruth Bader Ginsburg's father came here from Odessa, Ukraine. Samuel Alito's father came from Calabria in Italy, and here they were, both justices of the U.S. Supreme Court. A testimony to the integration of immigrants into American society at the highest levels. And here we are on the set of Sister Act, which is a movie written by a grandson of a Jewish immigrant, co-starring Kathy Najimy, whose parents were born in Lebanon, and directed by a man named Emile Ardolino, who I actually knew, whose father was born in Italy. So it's just that coming here and standing here gives me these thoughts of the amazing confluence that brought many of us here, or many of our ancestors here, and brings us here together today. So because of when and where we gather today, only a few weeks from the 160th anniversary of the assassination, and of course, in a sacred setting, I want to start not with the beginning of my Lincoln and immigration story, but with the very end, and the very end of all Lincoln stories, Good Friday, 1865, in a city that had been profoundly changed not only by war, not only by black freedom, but by immigration. Because I think it's worth recalling that following the shooting here that night, as you all know, the mortally wounded Lincoln was carried across the street and into the house, the boarding house owned by a German-born tailor named William Peterson. That grim scene was sketched by an artist who happened to be sitting on the steps of the house next door, drawing a picture of a little celebration and parade in honor of the end of the war. Another German named Karl Bersch, who had emigrated here in 1860 and had worked for a time in the nearby gallery on Pennsylvania Avenue of an Irish-born photographer you may have heard of, Matthew Brady. Inside the Peterson house, the dying president was attended by several physicians, among whom was a Latvian-born Jewish doctor named Charles Lieberman, who I always suspected was called because of the frightening-looking swelling in Lincoln's eye. But Lieberman, like the other physicians, could do nothing to help. One of the conspirators who hoped to decapitate the government that night was the Prussian-born George Atzerodt, who was assigned to kill the vice president but lost his nerve. Together with 3 others, he was executed that summer by an officer whose parents had come from Germany. They're hanging, photographed, and publicized by a photographer born in Scotland, Alexander Gardner. Now wait, the story continues. Before the execution, Lincoln's assassin was shot to death by a British-born sergeant against the orders of his Irish-born captain. If you've wondered why Boston Corbett defied him, maybe that's part of the explanation. Among the many funerals for Lincoln in my hometown of New York, Lincoln lay in state at City Hall, guarded for a time by Thomas Francis Marr, an Irish-born Union officer, proud one-time member of the Fenian Brotherhood, once banished by the British to Australia, who had volunteered for the Union Army just days after the attack on Fort Sumter, and had never lost his hero's reputation despite, let's say, a checkered wartime record and a fondness for alcohol that troubled even Ulysses S. Grant. Mourners filing by Lincoln's open coffin that day were serenaded by a German opera chorus singing the funeral march from Götterdämmerung by Wagner. Among those who lined up for hours to view Lincoln's remains was a teenaged Irish-born art student who never forgot the few seconds he got to pause before the face of Lincoln, always insisting to the end of his days that he relied on that brief but searing image to inform the statue that he produced some 20 years later for Lincoln Park in Chicago. And as you may have guessed, the sculptor's name was Augustus St. Gaudens. In other words, and this is just stuff that emanates from the Lincoln assassination, the foreign-born were everywhere in America in 1865. That's not to suggest by any means that all native-born 19th century Americans had welcomed or celebrated such immigrants. Quite the contrary. Lincoln may have come of age politically in an era of, shall we say, mass migration, but also an era of fierce resistance that took the form of intractable, sometimes violent resistance. In but one case in point, Alex Gardner's sensational photographs of the assassination conspirators hanging were promptly published in Harper's Weekly, a newspaper often recalled as pro-war, pro-Lincoln, but in fact was founded by a family that earned its fortune by fighting immigration and denouncing Catholics. Publisher Fletcher Harper's older brother, James, had scored his first big commercial success by publishing a book about priests ravishing nuns at a convent. Later, James ran as a nativist candidate for mayor of New York and won. It took time even for Abraham Lincoln to regard new arrivals, much less citizens with voting rights, new citizens, with unqualified enthusiasm. Though once he publicly did so, it's worth saying that he never walked back from his position of tolerance, and tolerance ultimately grew to encouragement. It's often forgotten, but in the beginning, the Constitution gave the federal government power to regulate naturalization, but not immigration. Authority to police new arrivals rested solely with states and localities, and the result was what we might call open borders. No walls, no threats of deportation. Local authorities could discourage people with head taxes and allegedly looking for people who might be undereducated and valueless to civilization, but certainly multitudes were accepted and very few rejected. Immigrants yearning to breathe free found ways to come here by the millions. And by law, they could earn citizenship and voting rights, except for the period of the Alien and Sedition Act, after just 5 years in residence. even though people called for it to be changed to 14 years and 21 years. Two seismic overseas events spiked immigration. The 1845 failure of potato crops in Ireland and the 1848 failure of liberal revolutions in Europe. Within a decade, 1 million more immigrants surged into the United States, those seeking food and those seeking freedom. Not everyone welcomed them, particularly some members of the Whig Party, Lincoln's party, as we've heard. Many Whigs believed that the new arrivals would be more loyal to the Pope than the president. At least they said so. Certainly more inclined to vote for Democrats than for them, which should be no surprise since the Democratic Party actively recruited immigrants, if not quite off the ship, as several films have suggested, then soon after arrival. In 1844, an anti-Catholic riot broke out in Philadelphia. Churches were attacked, books were burned, and people were killed. The governor had to call out the militia twice. The violence put Whigs on the defensive and, although he didn't seek it, gave Lincoln his first opportunity to go on record publicly on immigration. He wasn't asked to be the main speaker at a meeting, a mass meeting on immigration, but he was asked to draft the resolutions. Even then, they knew he was the best writer in the group. And of course, he denied Whig hostility to foreigners and Catholics, but more importantly, he insisted that the path to citizenship should remain, quote, as convenient, cheap, and expeditious as possible. This is very fast action survey until we get to the main points. Though the Whigs faded, nativism increased. By the 1850s, the Know Nothing movement, its club meetings secret, but its growth well publicized, had metastasized nationally, electing mayors, governors, and congressmen. Lincoln, a candidate for the Senate, both in 1855 and again in 1858, had to confront this phenomenon and never outright condemned it. Now that's important. His first priority was to attract allies to his new anti-slavery coalition in formation. And he more often found them, to be frank, not among Irish immigrants who joined the welcoming camp of the Democrats, but among anti-immigrant nativists. So publicly, Lincoln was able to consistently defend immigrant rights. Privately, he sought coalitions. He sought to attract nativists into the anti-slavery movement. Confidentially, as he put it, he was willing to fuse with anybody, nativists included. Anti-immigrant violence broke out also in Boston, New York, New Orleans, Louisville, Kentucky, which is what I think influenced Lincoln to write his famous but belated "I am not a know-nothing" letter to his longtime friend Joshua Speed, because a riot had broken out inhibiting the Catholic vote just before he wrote. And then there was the seldom discussed nativist riot that broke out right here in the nation's capital, rather late in the riot arc, after the Fillmore nativist candidacy for president had failed. The date, June 1st, 1857, right here in Washington. Most poor Irish newcomers lived at the time in a neighborhood soon to become known as Swamp Poodle, east of the Capitol. Many in disease-ridden shanties and migrant camps surrounded by hunger and crime and disease. By 1854, 3 years earlier, Washington had elected its own know-nothing mayor. But 2 years later, a coalition of Democrats, former Whigs, and members of the emerging Republican Party managed to oust the nativist mayor. It wasn't a triumph of freedom over hate. The coalition guy won by 32 votes out of 6,000 cast. So when the next election day came up in June 1857, the embittered know-nothings, convinced that the last election was stolen because new foreign-born citizens had been allowed to vote, quote, illegally, struck back hard. Anti-foreigner street gangs, some from as far away as Baltimore, arrived and massed at a polling place at Mount Vernon Square, near where the Washington Historical Society stands today, and attacked anyone who even looked foreign-born, using guns, rocks, fists, and boots to prevent them from casting ballots. According to a newspaper report, one Irishman was so dreadfully mutilated that his features were entirely undistinguishable. I'm not laying it on hard on Washington. I tell this story wherever I go because there's a story like this about almost every city in the North in the 1850s. The riot was indiscriminate. A black waiter stuck his head out of his restaurant to see what all the commotion was about and immediately fell victim to the mob as well. President Buchanan sent out the Marines to quell the disturbance and reopen the polling place. I don't think there were wide-awake Marines, as John Greenspan has mentioned. There were none. But it did take a volley of Marine Corps gunfire to scatter the Washington mob, by which time 20 were left wounded, 8 lay dead, including a 16-year-old German immigrant, and again, a black waiter who had just poked his head out to see what was going on. Lincoln never went on record about the Washington outbreak. He was too busy back in his hometown and elsewhere in Illinois, assembling the support that might send him back to the Capitol the following year as a U.S. Senator. Again, in a coalition effort in which he was willing to include nativists because he was willing to fuse with anybody. Over the next few years, Lincoln would rise to the occasion on the issue of immigration time and again, drafting a pro-immigration resolution for the 1856 Decatur Editors' Convention that ultimately led to the founding of the state's Republican Party, risking outright the alienation of nativists by reiterating his support for immigration during his campaign for the Senate against Stephen Douglas when faced with the issue. And during that race, Douglas forces simultaneously were charging Lincoln with radical sympathy for black rights, that has been widely reported, but also with a retrograde allegiance to nativism. That was going on simultaneously. As one pro-Douglas editor put it, Lincoln entertains a holy horror of all Irishmen and other adopted citizens who have sufficient self-respect to believe themselves superior to the Negro. He would disenfranchise every Irishman if he had it in his power. The insidiousness of that argument is huge. Now, true, Lincoln foresaw a free white labor future for the American West, said so in the campaign. He also argued that the region should remain open, as he insisted during one of the 1858 debates, not merely for our own people born amongst us, but as an outlet for free white people everywhere the world over, in which, and imagine an audience of many different backgrounds in a Lincoln-Douglas debate crowd, a world in which Hans and Baptiste and Patrick and all the other men from all the world may find new homes and better their conditions in life. You can imagine only Lincoln would identify ethnic groups by picking cliched first names, but somehow making it work. Hans, Baptiste, and Patrick. Speaking in Chicago, just before the debates commenced, in a response to Stephen Douglas that, as Douglas later reminded Lincoln, counted as one debate. So it was a kind of a debate. Lincoln memorably saluted what he called the race of men living in the day of the Revolution and their descendants. Well, it was Independence Day. That was his first priority. But then he embraced those who had more recently entered the nation from overseas. What prompted him to do that? My belief is, having just inexplicably refused an invitation to what was called a German picnic in the Chicago area, he noticed that the German leader of the Republican Party was sitting in the front row of this July 4th rally. It was actually after July 4th. It was a few days after. And I think he looked at him. He was a big guy, easily noticeable in the crowd, and Lincoln decided to address the issue he had neglected to tacitly embrace by going to the picnic. And this is what he told the crowd, and I think among the most important statements any American president has made about the American dream as it applies to those who yearn to be here. Besides the men descended by blood from our ancestors, there are the Germans, Irish, French, and Scandinavian here in this audience, he said. Men that have come from Europe or whose ancestors have settled here, finding themselves our equals in all things. If they look back through history to trace their connections with those days, meaning the Revolution, by blood, they find they have none. But when they look through the Declaration of Independence, they find it says all men are created equal, and that they have a right to claim that moral promise as though they were the blood of the blood and the flesh of the flesh of the men who wrote that declaration. And so they are. Now, Lincoln lost the race, and not because of the Irish stragglers even he imagined were being imported into the state to cast illegal ballots against him. Yes, he really did harbor some paranoia about foreign-born voters, though he shared his fears happily only with his closest supporters, although there is a written record that suggests he wanted to hire private detectives to hang out at the railroad station and see if any Irishmen were being imported to vote Democratic. None of this stuff is new, right? A year later, 1859, though he avoided a mass meeting in Springfield called to condemn immigrant voter suppression and citizenship reform in Massachusetts, he then quickly produced a letter opposing the effort and reiterating his support for immigrant voting rights. Then, bravely, he bought a German-language newspaper from the rally's organizer, a newspaper that was moving from southern Illinois to the state capital, but which its publisher forgot. He forgot about its debts, and the printing press was seized. The type was seized. It's very hard to get young audience to understand what type is, but I think some of you guys get it. And Lincoln provided $500 to get this stuff out of hock, and thus became the de facto, and he never admitted it publicly, publisher of a newspaper whose editorials he could not read, having enrolled in German classes and spent so much time telling jokes that neither he nor anyone else in the class learned German. So he had this newspaper until after the election of 1860. More publicly, in 1860, he ran for president on a platform that included a plank directly endorsing immigrant citizenship rights, as proposed and advocated for by the German wing of the Republican Party that met in pre-convention meetings in Chicago and pushed their case. Soon after Fort Sumter, he enthusiastically leaned into efforts to recruit immigrants into the Federal Army. And this is where Lincoln puts his government where his advice and his support had been previously. Even clearing the commissioning of the first Democratic commanders in consultation with Bishop John Hughes of New York City. The massive April 1861 recruitment rally at Union Square in New York City actually unfolded as a kind of a tale of two cities. Most people write about the rally that was addressed by the Blue Bloods of New York, people with names like Astor and Roosevelt. But on the western edge of the rally was a second speaker's platform, and these featured Irishmen and Germans, urging their fellow immigrants to fight for the Union regardless of political affiliation or national origin. But we're gathered in Washington today, and this is the perfect place to emphasize not oratory, not even recruitment, but the process of legislating and governing. So let me invite you back to a date you will probably know and about which you may conjure up a different memory. November 19th, 1863. Not because of the sublimely poetic Gettysburg Address that Lincoln delivered that day, because of the state of his health when he arrived back in this city that evening. Listless, achy, feverish, and ultimately diagnosed with a form of smallpox. The severity of his illness has often been minimized. Historians generally prefer to remember his cheerful, brave joke when told he was contagious, something like, "Let all the office seekers come into my bedroom because now I have something I can give everybody." In truth, he was so sick that the valet who tended him on the train ride to Gettysburg and later at his bedside in the White House caught smallpox himself and died of it. And consider this, Lincoln did not enjoy a restful convalescence, and this is why I'm bringing up this image and this story. Sick or not, he faced a deadline that he could not postpone, because 2 weeks later, his annual message was due in Congress, the equivalent of today's State of the Union messages, maybe a little bit briefer, but he was due to send it in December. What is remarkable is that Lincoln not only got it done, but that it featured a history-altering new proposal on the subject of immigration. And think, by now, tens of thousands of Irish-born and German-born volunteers and now draftees had enrolled in the Union Armed Forces. The Union Army was 40% foreign-born at one point. It spoke in many of its brigades with a foreign accent, and in some cases, despite regulations that required proficiency in English, spoke with no English at all, because the German volunteers spoke only German. Not good in translating orders during battle, but the manpower meant more. But with the more battles and a presidential campaign looming, immigration had sharply dwindled in America. Only 700,000 immigrants had arrived in America after 1861. During the rebellion, the yearning for food and freedom yielded to the fear of migrating to a nation at war with itself. Lincoln saw the decline in immigration not as desirable, but potentially as disastrous. While jobs were going unfulfilled, he pointed out in his message, and I quote, Tens of thousands of persons destitute of occupation are thronging our foreign consulates and offering to emigrate to the United States if essential but cheap assistance can be afforded them. So he proposed legislation, an unprecedented federal program, not just to tolerate and welcome, but to encourage immigration, and that's what he called it. Quite simply, the most progressive immigration initiative in American history. Now, it's true the same way he had couched emancipation as a war measure, not a philanthropic one, he did the same with immigration. It was a means of enlarging the armed forces. It was a means of enlarging civilian workforces depleted by the death and illness and wounding of so many young men. He talked about manpower shortages on farms, in the factories, in the mines. So Lincoln proposes the first Federal Bureau of Immigration, expansion of New York's Castle Garden Landing Depot, where 70% of foreign European immigrants disembark, tighter safety regulations on disease-ridden and vermin-infested passenger ships. This noble effort, he said, demands the aid and support of the government. So he had one more radical idea: to pay for the ocean voyages of European immigrants. At the beginning, the Republican Party embraced the idea. One Republican legislator said, "Throw wide the doors to emigration, and in 20 years, the results of the labors of these immigrants and their children will add to the wealth of the country a sum more than sufficient to pay the entire debt created by this war." Debates and hearings consumed half of 1864. Predictably, the Democratic opposition denounced the idea. They hated the notion of what they called pecuniary inducements to come and take the places of our lost and dead, to fill the empty chairs around bereaved fireplaces. So they laid it on pretty thick. But ultimately, paid immigration proved a bridge too far, even for Republicans. The pro-administration New York Times warned in a pretty ugly editorial that if it went through, it would export to us the refuse of the sinks of Germany and Ireland. Every principality with lazy and wretched subjects who were a burden to the community would send them to the nearest seaport and let them quietly take advantage of our government. Well, the bill passed without paid immigration. Lincoln signed it on July 4th, 1864, a date I think he chose for symbolic purposes, as if in echo of his speech 6 years earlier about the blood of America. He even got a $25,000 slush fund for his own use to encourage immigration, a new immigration office in New York, all the things he had proposed. I find it remarkable that he made this proposal only 4.5 months after the New York City draft riots, which were portrayed accurately enough to him as an Irish uprising against not only the draft, but against African Americans. And Lincoln was so convinced of it that when someone said, "What general should we send to put down the riots?" he said, "What about General Kilpatrick?" That was meant as a joke then. Get it? Kilpatrick. They did not send General Kilpatrick, but he was aware of the origins of the riots. But he knew that 100,000 Irishmen had served in the armed forces. He wanted to focus on those who served, not those who resisted. He also looked past more recent phenomena, like the effort by German Americans to look for another third-party candidate to run for president, or to challenge his bid for a second term even after he was nominated. He remained more interested in the Union's preservation and the expansion of the notion of citizenship than in self-preservation, more committed to recruitment than retribution. And in his final annual message, he didn't know it would be his final, he went even further. In urging yet another law to cure the defects of the first bill, he said, "I regard our emigrants as one of the principal replenishing streams which are appointed by Providence to repair the ravages of internal war and its waste of national strength and health. Think of that in terms of when Lincoln used instruction from God to motivate policymaking. He had said in a meditation that God willed the war. He told his cabinet that he'd made a pact with God that if the Confederate forces were repelled from Maryland in 1862, he would issue his Emancipation Proclamation, and having made that pact with God, he needed no debate in the cabinet. And just a few weeks after summoning divine intervention for the immigrants, he would speak not far from here at the Capitol, saying that if God required every drop of blood drawn with the sword to be repaid by one drawn with a lash to be repaid by one drawn with the sword, then the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous. Lincoln didn't live to sign the second law. Andrew Johnson did. But it's the last positive immigration law for 100 years, until the Hart-Celler Reform Act of 1965, giving preference to relatives of citizens and refugees from Southeast Asia. And of course, no legislative reform in the 60 years since 1965. We all know history doesn't repeat itself, but as Lincoln once said, we cannot escape history either. And where immigration was concerned, though he did once fret about the potential of illegal voting by non-citizens, though he did exclude Asians from his vision of a broader American dream. In fact, he signed an anti-Chinese immigration law before the Exclusion Act. He harbored no sympathy to the claims of native peoples. There were limits to his generosity of spirit. When his views counted most, when European immigration was challenged violently, he embraced inclusivity. He did so in the words he crafted before his White House years, in the universal military recruitment he encouraged during the war, in the legislation he proposed and signed, and finally, I would remind you in the words he spoke at the Capitol on March 4th, 1865, his inaugural pledge of malice toward none and charity for all. From that merciful and magnanimous approach, he excluded no one. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you, since we are back from lunch, if you would and are interested in asking questions, please do scan that QR code and submit away. All right. You ready, Harold? I'm ready.
I'm ready. Wherever you are.
All right. How did Lincoln support for famine relief as a congressman?
I'm sorry, for what?
Famine relief.
Famine relief, okay.
Yep, as a congressman and outreach to the Irish helped Lincoln get elected president and then win the Civil War.
Well, he was always charitable. I don't think his philanthropic inclinations, I mean, he wasn't personally a charity giver, but he was good at organizing. I don't think it made a bit of difference. People often say the Cooper Union address changed Lincoln's backing in New York City. He overwhelmed everyone. He triumphs, and I wrote a book about the Cooper Union address, but I was very careful to note that New York City voted 2-1 against Lincoln in 1860, and almost exactly the same 2-1 4 years later in 1864. He was not a favorite of the Irish. I will just say that in '64 there was a moment when the Irish weeklies were not certain about George McClellan. The argument being, if you supported the peace platform of the Democratic Party, why did we fight? Why did we die? What was the point of the sacrifice if we still don't support the Union cause? But by October, the editorials were anti-Lincoln, thoroughly anti-Lincoln and pro-McClellan. So I can't answer because I can't quite come to terms with the premise of the question, so.
Could you elaborate more on Lincoln's stance towards Latin/South America and potential future immigrants from that region?
Well, he did vote for the law that, as a congressman, that allowed any Mexican native who found themselves in the territory acquired by the United States after the war, this is a very long sentence, so let me try to parse it, allow them to choose American citizenship without any restrictions or requirements. You know, it certainly was not a priority of his to look to the south of the border. Did look to Canada because there were potential recruits coming from Canada. So as I say, there were limitations. He did not focus on Asia. In fact, he signed a restrictive law. He did know, he met in Springfield a young American diplomat, a Mexican diplomat. He and Mary took a fancy to him. They met him again in Washington, but there was no great recruitment. And certainly during the war, there were all sorts of foreign relations complications and implications because Mexico is occupied and controlled by the French. It's interesting that the president of Argentina, whose name was Sarmiento, was a huge Lincoln admirer. And in 1865, he insisted on creating the first city outside of the United States named for Abraham Lincoln. My wife and I visited on a State Department trip the year the Spielberg movie came out. It's about 5 hours northwest of Buenos Aires. And it's a small village, but it has Lincoln paintings, Lincoln flags. The school students in a tiny school sing, "Oh, Lincoln, our Lincoln," in Spanish. But this same president had no qualms about annihilating the native population in Argentina. So there are limits to using Lincoln as a hero. I'm just stacking all of the south of the border stories I know.
I think we can do one more.
Okay.
What was the quantifiable impact of the legislation signed by Lincoln on immigration?
Well, the immigration to the United States spiked with the inducements that were offered. And although I don't have the exact numbers there in the book, which is available at your very local bookstore out in the lobby, but I will say that the impact was substantial in recruitment. It reversed years of decline in immigration, and it probably led to the second wave of European immigration, meaning Southern European immigration in the 1880s and 90s. I should have mentioned, now I have one last opportunity to do it, that even when paid immigration proved a bridge too far for Congress and was actually undermined by Secretary Seward himself, who had proposed it and written pamphlets about it and distributed them to foreign consulates, there was a campaign in foreign consulates to attract new Americans or attract people to the voyage. And Lincoln set up, Manisha spoke earlier about the interweaving stories of capitalism and democracy. Well, the Lincoln administration set up the privatization of underwriting for foreign immigration, a system by which immigrants could apply for private loans funded by agencies that did this for a living, agencies that would then bring people in, give them kind of a time period to pay back their loans for arrival, but also then turn them over to the new federal immigration authorities who would match them to available job postings in the West and generally move the immigrants who came to New York and Boston and Philadelphia into the West. Cumbersome, probably not the best way to go, but that's what they did. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can find Harold Holzer in the lobby signing his books along with Michael Vorenberg. See you there.
Well, good afternoon. When the program began this morning, Michelle Crowell, introducing Hillary Green, said she was the author of, that is Hillary, of a particularly timely book. Well, I'm about to introduce the author of a really, really timely book about the end of wars, how wars end, when they end. And it's so timely that our speaker, Michael Vorenberg, was interviewed yesterday morning on the Morning Joe program. So some of you may have seen him on NBC yesterday. Now, it's a funny thing about this book. Oh, and Michael said that I should mention that copies are available in the lobby. And he said, be sure to buy it. You don't have to read it, but be sure to buy it, okay? Right. And this is a very important book. But there's one thing that's pretty strange about it. If you look on the back cover, you'll see endorsements from a usual array of Lincoln specialists and authorities, Eric Foner, Martha Hodes, Carolyn Janney, John Meacham. But then there's this character, Tony Kushner. What's he doing here? He's not a Lincoln specialist. He's a playwright. He's best known for the Pulitzer Prize-winning drama, Angels in America. So how is he listed here? What's up? Well, it turns out that he is also Steven Spielberg's major writer, and he wrote the script for the movie Lincoln, even though that script purportedly is based on Doris Kearns Goodwin's Team of Rivals. But in reality, it's based on Michael Vorenberg's first book, which is called Final Freedom, the Civil War, the Abolition of Slavery, and the 13th Amendment. It was a book published back in 2001, and it was based on the doctoral dissertation that he wrote at Harvard, where he studied with, among other people, David Herbert Donald, who was my mentor way back when, and also with William Gannap. Now, he has been a member of the history department at Brown University for many years. And he is also the author of the Emancipation Proclamation, A Brief History with Documents, as well as several really important articles about Lincoln, about slavery, about the US Constitution, and most notably, a really good article about the historical accuracy of Spielberg's Lincoln. So please join me in welcoming Michael Vorenberg.
Thank you all. Thank you to Edna Green Medford and to the others who are responsible for the event, including those who control this lovely space at Ford's Theater and National Park Service. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about images. You've heard today that for various very good reasons, we can't project PowerPoint. As a teacher, this is crippling. So I just don't know what to do. So I thought, wait, there's this other technology, handouts. We could actually do handouts. So I have asked a current Brown student who happens to be in the audience, who I have known a little less than 10 hours, and this is Kaylee Michaels-Gualteri, to hand out some handouts. She's going through the aisles now. It's a one-page handout with some images. 3 of the 4 images are in the book. The 4th, well, I'll say more about them later. But this will allow me a crutch, which I so very much need whenever I speak to groups of images. I want to thank Michael Burlingame for that very kind introduction. I've known Michael a long time, and have him say nice words is very special. I have this new book. It's called Lincoln's Peace. It's published by Alfred A. Knopf, and it came out 3 days ago. So the timing was really nice. I appreciate that this event happened to be timed that way. I've been working on this book for a while, and I'm going to speak a little bit about the origins of this book, which I hope will contextualize it in terms of the Civil War, but also wars generally. And then I'll touch on some highlights of the book and a couple arguments, one in particular that I want to emphasize today. Although I didn't really start writing this book in earnest until about 10 years ago, the kernel of the book was planted in my head back in 2003, where two things happened. I was in the archives, in the National Archives, not far away, and I was doing research on another book, and the archivist, these things happened. They brought the wrong box. And so while the archivist went back to get the correct box, I started looking through this box that had been brought, and there was a report in there written by an assistant secretary of war in the 1890s. And the report was really thick, and the title of the file was The End of the Civil War. And I thought, well, that's kind of silly. Why would you have a thick file on that? We all know that the end of the Civil War was on April 9, 1865, when Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses Grant in Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia. And I opened that report, and I found that this man who had written this report, his name is Grant, but no relation to Ulysses Grant. His name is Lewis Grant. And he had been an officer at the McLean House at Appomattox on April 9th, 1865. He had witnessed that end of the war. His career then had gone various different ways, and he'd ended up in the War Department, where he'd been assigned the task of figuring out the exact dates of the war. The reason for this task has to do with some mundane legal issues, which I won't get into unless you want to ask questions, but things like, if you get a wartime pension, then you have to know what the dates of the war are to see if you qualify. But there are some other actually better reasons why you have to know. So when we say that there was a war and we assign dates to the war, those dates actually can matter legally, if not for other reasons. I believe they matter for other reasons as well. And so this man, Lewis Grant, went looking for the end dates. He had no trouble identifying the start date. He said that's the shelling of Fort Sumter, maybe a couple days later when Lincoln calls up the volunteers. But the end date was a complete disaster as far as he could concern. Because he looked at April 9th, he had been in there at the McLean House, and yet when he studied things, he noticed, for example, that after April 9, 1865, there were still Confederate armies in the field that would not surrender. There was a major army under Johnston in North Carolina. There were 50,000 Confederate troops west of the Mississippi. Further, he noticed that there were battles, actual battles that took place after Appomattox. So if we think about, well, every war has to have a last battle, right? Well, there again, not so clear when that is. And so we have a battle in Columbus, Georgia, a week after Appomattox. A month after that, in May, a battle on the border between Texas and Mexico, which ties into the fact that this is not just a national civil war, but a war that happens to involve other countries, because Mexico is actually part of where some of the fighting and possible fighting is going on. If you think about it, it's like, when is the last surrender? Well, the last surrender by a Confederate general, that's not till late June. And to make things even more interesting for Lewis Grant, the general in question was a Cherokee leader, Stan Watee, or Watee as he's sometimes called, who surrenders on behalf of his command, but also on behalf of the entire Cherokee tribe, despite the fact that the Cherokee tribe is in fact factionalized, and the real leader that most concede is John Ross, who is not at war with the Union at this point. But Stanwady surrenders as both civilian leader of the Cherokee and as a Confederate general. But even then, that's not the last surrender, because the last surrender doesn't happen until November of 1865, when a ship, the CSS Shenandoah, surrenders in Liverpool, England, having traveled around the globe, having had a mission to go to the North Pacific, to destroy the New England whaling fleet, to do as much economic damage as it could to the Union because whale oil was so expensive. And it did it. In 1 week in late June, by setting fire to or sinking New England whaling ships, it caused more economic devastation in a week than was caused by any other week of the Civil War, just in economic damage. They didn't get the memo that the war was over, you see, sailing as they were in the North Pacific. When they started to run into ships that said, "Did you hear that Richmond fell and that Lee surrendered?" they refused to believe it, absolutely refused. How could this possibly have happened? Lee certainly would never surrender. Eventually, they found out by looking at headlines of newspapers that were on board some ships that these things were true. And at which point they realized that all the destruction that had taken place all happened after probably what most would consider the end of the war, which meant that they had no authority, which meant that they were pirates, which meant that under international law, they could be hanged and should be hanged by any nation under the law of nations. This put some fear into them, and so they started thinking about where could they find a sympathetic harbor, and they had to go all the way from outside of San Francisco, which they were about to shell. They didn't do that after all, and then they sailed to Liverpool and surrendered there. So I read this report, and I'm thinking about all these things, and there's other stuff in the report too that would make it into my own book, such as the engagements with Native Americans in the Southwest and on the plains, the border skirmishes around the Texas-Mexico border that I mentioned, other issues as well. At the end of this report, then, Grant, the writer, this is not Ulysses, his name is Lewis Grant, comes up with the legal end date, which is the correct legal end date. It had been affirmed, actually, although no one really paid attention, by the US Supreme Court. And that end date is August 20th, 1866, which is 16 months after the surrender at Appomattox. What happened on that day? On that day, President Andrew Johnson declared, quote, "The insurrection is at an end." And I thought to myself as I read that report, well, that's kind of funny, that a president could just declare the war at an end. Now, why I thought that in particular was because 3 days earlier, President George W. Bush had stood on a ship named the Abraham Lincoln and declared that combat operations in Iraq were over. And behind him was a banner that said "Mission Accomplished," and so this became known as the Mission Accomplished speech. A president, George Bush, had declared the war over. Now you could say technically he said, now we enter a war of occupation, but he was declaring the war over in 2003. And by the way, political scientists who study international relations work with a major database that has the beginning and end dates of every war since about 1800 with all the lists, numbers of casualties. That database lists as the end date of the US-Iraqi war, that US-Iraqi war, as the date of Bush's speech, which I believe is May 1st, 2003. So that's how serious that speech was. So can presidents declare war is over? Can you just say a war is over and it's over? We mocked that idea, perhaps. I think a lot of people mocked the Mission Accomplished speech at the time. But we must be a little bit careful about that, I think, when we think about the law. But that's just the law. This didn't stop me in any way from continuing in my classes to refer to Appomattox as the end of the Civil War. After all, a war, like any narrative, has to have a beginning, middle, and end, doesn't it? And so We teach these things, and we try to make them coherent and sensible to our students and to each other and to ourselves. And so we create these narratives in our head. And Appomattox is an ending. It is a marker, and so I might say after Appomattox to describe events after Appomattox or post-Appomattox. We learn these things often in school. There's Appomattox, then there's Reconstruction. Wrong on both accounts, as Professor Manisha Sinha said earlier this morning. Reconstruction, she dates to 1860, which I think is exactly correct. In terms of when to begin 1860, it doesn't begin after Appomattox, and after Appomattox wouldn't be right anyway. So dates, it's frustrating, isn't it? The worst thing we historians do is we say, A, it's complicated, and B, here are dates we want you to remember. And the second thing I'm now telling you, don't worry so much about the dates. They're probably wrong, or challengeable, contestable. One of the things I argue in the book is that the date to which you give to the end of the Civil War, whatever date you choose, is in effect a defining of the war. If you choose April 9, 1865, you are choosing to define the war in a very specific way, namely as a conflict between armies. When the armies, organized large armies, stop fighting one another, then the war is over. But that is only one way, right, to conceptualize a war. And so the date itself conceptualizes the war. And so it was that, I should have known better and should have said in 2003, well, I should really stop everything and write this book, but I didn't. I was working on some other stuff. And so not until 10 years later or so did I actually engage seriously in the book. And by the way, one of the things that triggered me was the fact that a completely different president, President Barack Obama, gave his end-of-war proclamation to the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2011, 8 years after Bush's. So he, too, was trying to draw a line that would mark war on one side and peace on the other. Then came the 150th anniversary of Appomattox, where there was much commemoration, and yet a lot of reflection by historians at the time, much needed, about whether the war really ended at Appomattox. David Blight wrote a great piece in The Atlantic around that time asking that very question about whether the war had truly ended. Meanwhile, historians working in other fields were saying, if we integrate or try to examine, let's say, Native American conflicts with the US government that continued during and after the war, how do you mark the ends of those wars? People who are now focusing more than ever on the guerrilla warfare of the US Civil War marked the fact that those conflicts certainly did not end on April 9th. They continued well into the late 1860s. And if you want to link them up, as they very well could be, to the white paramilitary attacks on Black Americans of the 1860s and the 1870s, as in some ways an extension of the same types of guerrilla actions when they're focused on Black people, Black civilians, actually Black soldiers as well, then it's hard to find the end date. So I take us now back just to a few moments to highlight, and then a couple more general points, and then I will field some questions. To the images. First image is the cover image on my book, which is from a painting called The Peacemakers, which resides in the White House, the painting does. It's actually a replica. The original was destroyed, but luckily the artist created a smaller version. This is a depiction of a meeting that took place on March 28, 1865, on board the River Queen. Abraham Lincoln had left the White House at the invitation of Ulysses Grant to visit City Point, Virginia, which was the headquarters of Grant. I argue in the book that when Lincoln left the White House to visit, he fully expected not to return until he had witnessed and perhaps orchestrated the end of the Civil War and had helped set the template for the peace to come. He stayed down at City Point for around 2 weeks, by far the longest time that Lincoln would ever spend away from the White House. That's how committed he was to really seeing firsthand the end of the war. He didn't get to see it, though, for a variety of reasons. He did get to see Richmond after it fell, and he toured through Richmond on April 4th. But the armies were still, of course, out there. And furthermore, Jefferson Davis was still on the loose, the president of the Confederacy. Davis himself had given speeches after evacuating. He had evacuated Richmond with his cabinet on a train, now called the Cabinet Car. It was the Confederate government on wheels. And so Davis said publicly that the Confederacy still lives on, that the Confederate Army has never been stronger. We're great. Why? Because we don't have to defend Richmond and Petersburg anymore. We can concentrate our efforts on the Union Army. If we can just get Lee's army to match up with Johnston's in North Carolina and just roam about the country, no one can stop us. Far from thinking that, this war was going to be over soon. Anyway, Lincoln eventually leaves, and he arrives back in Washington on April 9 and gets the news about the surrender. And he's very pleased, and people come and serenade the White House, and Lincoln speaks a few words of congratulations. Never once, though, if you look at those words, does he say that the war is over. He talks about, what is next to come. And then a few days later, he gives a speech, which turns out to be his last speech. And again, look carefully at it. He's talking about Reconstruction. He's talking about Union victories. But he's not saying that the war is over. And then, as we know, as I've already told you in various events, the war, of course, continues. We should have known this, or people might have known this, right at that time. April 9th is an event that is so memorialized. I'm not going to take you through the moments of that day. It's that images of it are everywhere, including textbooks. This particular image comes from 1965, the centennial of the Civil War, done by Tom Lovell, the surrender at Appomattox. What happened the day after? What happened on April 10th? So on April 10th, Lee and Grant meet again. Grant rides out and meets with Lee, and they sit on horseback and they talk to one another, and this time no one really hears what they're saying. On April 9th, there were lots of people around who wrote reminiscences. So Grant, up to this point, has been very magnanimous, as many people know about that surrender. In that meeting, depicted on the cover, one of the things that Lincoln had said was, "Let them up easy." In other words, speaking of the Confederates, let them up easy. It's a line that comes from wrestling. Lincoln had been a wrestler in his early days. It's a way he sort of ingratiated himself with people in the New Salem community. And the idea was you wrestle, and when the enemy is beat, you stand up, you shake hands, and then there's honor all around. And by not pushing your victory too hard, by not damaging the enemy too much, you make it more likely that there will be peace. The more poetic way to put this is with malice toward none, which is what he had said a few weeks earlier in the second inaugural. Back to April 10th, day after the surrender. What do these two men say to each other, Grant and Lee? We only have Grant's account to trust. And Grant, what he does is he asks Lee if Lee would please write a letter to Davis, Jefferson Davis, or some kind of message, and ask Davis to officially surrender the Confederacy, because for a force to surrender, you need the civilian authorities to surrender. This is under the laws of war. Even if this wasn't a legitimate war between nations, it certainly was a great war. That's what Lincoln had called it at Gettysburg. You needed the Confederate authorities, civilian authorities, to surrender. Lee says he won't do it. Lee says that he is the inferior to Davis, and Davis, he won't challenge Davis, and he knows that Davis wants to keep on fighting. So Lee refuses. Lee then says, I suspect it may take your troops 3 or 4 years marching back and forth across this country before you put down the rest of this war. Lee said that. And Grant says, I hope that's not the case, but he understands that it's correct. So from that moment, right, Lee understands that this is what's ahead. There's a lot of mythology about Lee refusing the guerrilla option before the surrender. That is true, he does, but that doesn't mean he thinks that somehow the South is going to surrender easily. No, no, no. He knows better than that. So that's just an example of how complex this is, about thinking about how wars end and how, in fact, they don't. By just thinking about these 2 days in history. Lincoln had taken this kind approach, and then he is succeeded by Johnson, and everything changes. Not right away because Johnson's a racist, which he is, and that would definitely affect things, but because Lincoln has been assassinated, which changes the terrain of politics immediately. How now can Northerners be kind to Southerners and let them up easy when they blame the South for Lincoln's assassination? We now know today that this was a conspiracy involving, well, ultimately 9 people were charged and 8 people were convicted. 1 was in England. 4 of them were hanged, 4 sent to Fort Jefferson in dry tortugas. But they didn't know that then. They assumed it was a Confederate operation, many Northerners, and the rage was there. When William Sherman sets out to have his meeting with Johnston, he's just about to go, and he learns about the news of the of the assassination. And he tells his officers, while I'm away, your duty is to keep the U.S. soldiers from going into the neighborhoods because I am very worried that they will commit reprisals and start killing Southern civilians as reprisals for the killing of Abraham Lincoln. Jefferson Davis, when he hears the news, is very concerned about such reprisals that now the country will face, because he's hoping to negotiate still some kind of surrender where the Confederacy will get its own nation. Now he knows that the chances of that are highly unlikely because no one's going to give him what he wants now that now that they feel that Davis and the Confederacy have assassinated Lincoln. Alternate dates for the ends of the Civil War. I refuse to acknowledge one endpoint as necessarily better than any other endpoint, which is very frustrating, I suppose, and for which I apologize to you, but now you know going into the book that what I see here is a series of endpoints and not one, which makes it maybe more like our 21st century forever wars than we are comfortable with. I do not think this was a forever war. I think this war did end, and I think it was over by the 1860s, maybe early 1870s, and I can say more on that in the questions if you have. Why or when I might take it into the 1870s if you wish. But I now return to the point of whatever end date sits with us has meaning. And I want you to notice that every end date I've mentioned so far, the last battle, the last surrender, the events of April 9, April 10, in none of these have I mentioned slavery and emancipation. How can this be? The Civil War was a war to destroy slavery. It may not have started out that way from the Union side, but it absolutely had been declared that way by 1865, first with the Emancipation Proclamation, but then most vividly in the passage from the second inaugural delivered by Lincoln, already quoted here by Harold Holzer, that this war, if it must go on until slavery be destroyed, so be it, until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be drawn by the sword. That's a war that's talking about a war to end slavery. If a war should be defined, if its end should be defined as the achievement of its objective, and if the objective was the destruction of slavery and not simply the reuniting of the states into one union, how is it that we don't have a fixed end date, or excuse me, an end date that's commonly used for the end of the Civil War that corresponds in some way to emancipation. There are such dates to choose from, to be sure. There is the 13th Amendment. That passed Congress while the war was still going unquestionably in January. It was ratified, declared ratified by William Henry Seward in December of 1865. He proclaimed it ratified when it had the requisite votes. And then there's Juneteenth. Juneteenth has its origins in an event of June 19, 1865, which is portrayed in the lower right hand of the handout, where General George Granger signs an order. He also first reads the Emancipation Proclamation out loud in Galveston, where the US troops have landed. They finally made it to Texas and held on to their Texas occupation. So George Granger signs, he reads the proclamation and he signs this order, an order that not only proclaims that slavery's ended, but declares absolute equality as existing among all peoples in the state. Absolute equality. Within weeks, however, Granger's forces, dealing with a large population of newly emancipated African Americans, deal with this by passing ordinances saying that black people must stay off the streets at night, that they should return to their former masters and seek work there. They are stopped, the black people who are stopped on the street by Union soldiers who ask them, literally, who do you belong to? So that's the language of slavery still being asked, and then escorted to the masters, former masters. This is obviously not a vision of freedom that goes well in terms of thinking about the end of the war. 1 year after, on June 19th, 1866, black Texans in all over the cities of Texas, especially in Houston, because that was their biggest population was there, but also in Galveston, held demonstrations in front of Union encampments. And they chanted and told people there, absolute equality, absolute equality. They reminded the Army of the absolute equality that had been promised them. That, at least in my mind, was the first Juneteenth. This coming summer, you're going to hear people say that it's the 160th anniversary of the first Juneteenth, because that's when Granger signed these orders. I would argue that you should argue to disagree and say that it's the 159th, because the first Juneteenth is really 1866. It also doesn't make a very good end date of the Civil War, because, of course, slavery was not over nationally. And so it's worth pondering then the why of how we have a timeline for emancipation and slavery, an important timeline worth knowing with really important dates. That timeline is marked by a mural in Galveston, that's where that image is from. Reginald Adams, who's one of a team, he's the head of the team of artists who did the mural, kindly allowed me to use this image in my book. That's Harriet Tubman on the left, and then we have Lincoln, and then Granger, and then a future, which includes a black astronaut. What's really cool about this mural, those circles on the far right, they've changed since then, and they can be changed again, right? So that as events change, you can retell the story, whatever that story is, of Black Americans nationally or in Texas. That's an evolving story. That's how memory actually works in commemoration objects in other countries, not so much in the US. And meanwhile, if you drive now to Appomattox, as I will, for the 160th anniversary in April, you are met at every entrance, you cannot escape it, with the sign that's on the left, Appomattox County, where our nation reunited, with arms stacked. No violence after Appomattox, of course. A nation reunited. We are left now to figure out how both of these ideas of endings can coexist, if they both can coexist, and whether Lincoln, in his quest for a peace, could have found a way to make these things come together. I like to think he would have. I know he would have done better than Andrew Johnson, but that is a bar too low. We simply don't know, and we must now ponder for ourselves that question. And if the answer is he might not have gotten us out of the war, he might have won the war but not the peace, then what must we now do to finish the work that Lincoln had begun? Thank you.
All right, we have some questions for you, Michael. Are you ready?
Sure.
If the end of the war doesn't necessarily line up with a surrender, how does that carry over to whether elections end on election day?
Whatever are you talking about?
Starting strong.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think the question's better than any answer I can give. Yeah, right? America likes to think of itself in this American exceptionalist way as really good at ending things cleanly, right? I didn't get to talk about this, but with the ends of wars, I think one of the things that's going on here is an American exceptionalist story, that Americans end wars much more cleanly than any other countries do. There's a quote in the prologue of my book from a historian who says this explicitly, that, at this moment in April of 1865, things could have gone so many ways, and aren't we lucky that we aren't like Europe, because its civil wars were bloody and they never stopped. But America, we know how to end wars. We have a particular sense of how to do this. As Anglo-Saxons, we know how to do it. He said this. The historian in question is Alan Nevins, for those of you who know your historians, and he uses the phrase Anglo-Saxon. It's obviously racialized in this way. So American Anglo-Saxons, they know how to end wars, written in 1971, 2 years before the peace accords in Vietnam that's supposed to end Vietnam, and yet, 1975 is the last troop withdrawal. We're about to hit the 50th anniversary of that non-ending/ending. In the same way, we're the greatest electoral republic on earth, right? So we have elections, and we know who wins. That has actually not been true for a long time. And so we obviously might think of the more recent elections, but before me are some very renowned historians of the Civil War and Reconstruction who immediately are thinking what I'm thinking, which is, I suspect, 1876. You want a messy election, right? So that's an election that requires a 15-person electoral commission to figure out who won. And it takes them months. I mean, they just barely got to make it under the wire before the actual inauguration day. And they do it, and and they do it in a way, it's not like it was done through careful analysis. It was 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans, and 1 independent. The independent, David Davis, decided for various reasons, perhaps including a political bargain, that he was going to go with the Republicans, and every single vote for every single contested state was 8-7. So that's how that was resulted. Yeah, Americans think they're pretty good at ending tough things. Maybe they're not.
Moving on, can you please expand on Lee's thoughts that CSA could continue fighting after Richmond fell and Appomattox by having a guerrilla war?
So Lee believed that the Confederacy still existed after the Civil War. We now know, in hindsight, that that was ridiculous. However, I'm sorry, I said Lee. Jefferson Davis. So Jefferson Davis, what's going on with Davis? Davis, once he leaves, he heads into the interior of Virginia. Then he starts making his way. His plan is to get to Havana, Cuba, and from there to get to Europe, and to make an appeal directly to Napoleon III, known by Americans as Louis Napoleon. Napoleon III has installed Maximilian in Texas, and the French troops are in Mexico, and the French troops are in Mexico supporting Maximilian. Okay, so the idea is to get to France, ask France for France's help, make a deal. And make a deal which could include things like, hey, if the Confederacy wins, most favored nation status when it comes back to the cotton being sold. All sorts of things can be promised. And this wasn't quite so crazy. And by the way, isn't this exactly what happened with the American Revolution? The revolutionaries were going to lose. France came and saved them. This is exactly what not just Jefferson Davis, but many holdouts or diehard Confederates expected. If you read the Galveston newspapers into 1865, the summer, they're absolutely ready for the French ships to show up any day and bail out the Confederacy, just like they had done with the revolutionaries. After all, the Confederacy saw themselves as the true inheritors of the American Revolution. So this is what's going on his mind, besides the fact that Davis is, a little deluded himself. But that was the theory. And France, of course, didn't budge, mainly because of the very good work done by Secretary of State Seward, making sure that he didn't budge.
The Constitution says Congress declares war. Did Congress declare the end of the War of the Rebellion?
No.
Short and sweet, okay.
No. I wish it could be. So Congress actually did twice. That was the problem. Once it did it without realizing it had done it, and the second time it did it and it meant to, but it was the first time that counted. On August 20th, 1866, President Johnson gives this proclamation declaring the insurrection at an end. Why? Johnson wants to take away the war powers that Congress is using for Reconstruction. With those war powers, Congress and Secretary of War Stanton and Grant are using the U.S. Army to affect Reconstruction, to help affect Reconstruction in the South. Having the Army in the South is absolutely crucial. Okay. If you say the war is over, then you have taken away the legitimacy of having the Army in the South, at which point what can happen is that the civilian white authorities in the southern states can start arresting the U.S. soldiers, which is exactly what happens, by the way. After Johnson's proclamation, they start throwing soldiers in jail. Not to mention, in Maryland, because they say the war is over, they actually go back to the Maryland system of auctioning off black young people as apprentices and selling. There's a case where there are a number of women who are sold into involuntary servitude as debtors. This is right after the August 20th proclamation. So the implications of this are significant. Now, when Congress comes back into session in December, it passes a funding bill, a really mundane bill. And in that bill, there's some language about pay for officers in the U.S. Army. And really, no one's paying a close attention to this, but it just happens that they mention the Johnson Proclamation as the date to be used for the end of war in terms of pay raises for officers. In doing so, they did, in effect, then give ammunition to the argument that the war ended on August 20th. And that's what the Supreme Court affirmed. It took that funding bill in conjunction with Johnson's proclamation and said, yeah, the war is over on August 20th. But when Congress realized later on what it had done, it rejected Johnson's proclamation and said, no, the war is not over. And it defined the war as Congress would, which is when the war's not over until the last representatives and senators from the states that have seceded have come back into Congress. And that happens, the last state is Georgia, February 1871. And when that happens in 1871, there are a couple of congressmen who stand up and say the war is now over. I wouldn't call that a declaration by Congress, but it is an acknowledgement So Congress defines the end of the war in a way that's purely congressional, and the president defines the end of the war in purely presidential by a proclamation, or today we might call it quite an executive order. Wartime, when is it? We learned only recently that we are in wartime. We learned only recently by an executive order that we exist in the midst of an invasion, and therefore, because of that, the Alien Enemies Act can be used for deportation. There is nothing in that order that says when the war began. We are simply existentially in a state of war. One of the problems with that, we learn from many episodes in history in many places, is that when you declare a state of war exists, it means somehow you've got to figure out when the war ends. Right now, we know who's in charge and who's going to decide whether and when that state of war we're in ends. That's not a very, very comfortable situation to find ourselves, but such it is, always is, when we have what's called a state of war or a state of emergency. Again, the parallels to the Civil War era are a little eerily and frighteningly familiar.
You kind of elaborate on this a little bit just there in this answer, but this will be the last question based on our time. Might this be a good example that it is actually the defeated that determine the end of the war and not the victor?
Might this be an example that the defeated and not the victor determine the end of the war? That's a great question. And I think it's actually in line with Lincoln's vision on board the River Queen that's depicted on the cover, right? In his vision, where he says to his commanders, let him up easy, he has in mind, as I said, a wrestling match. Two things happen. One side wins, but the other thing is the defeated acknowledges defeat. Acknowledges defeat. Lincoln expected some kind of acknowledgement of defeat. He may have been naive. I think he was a bit. I don't think he knew, I'm not sure, it may have taken generations for people to know just how deeply ingrained the refusal to defeat was among white supremacist Confederates who were fighting for not only their own nation, but the perpetuation of enslavement of black people. I think Lincoln underestimated the possibility of a united South saying, we have been defeated. And if you then say, well, that means it's really up to the defeated to determine the end of war, then I guess I've answered the question, which is yes, which seems to turn the end of the war, and maybe the ends of all wars, on their heads. And maybe that's where I'll stop for today.
Thank you so much, Michael. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at that time in the program where there are no more breaks, so stay put as we get ready to introduce the Book Award recipient.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, right? My name is John McKee Barr, and I'm a professor of history and humanities at Lone Star College. I am the vice president of the Abraham Lincoln Institute, as well as the chair of our book prize committee, which includes Michael Burlingame, Ron Sudalter, and Jason Emerson. Each year, the Lincoln Institute recognizes outstanding research and writing on Abraham Lincoln, and this past year was no exception. 2024 brought an exceptional range of publications about Abraham Lincoln. After reading over a dozen books, our committee unanimously decided once again to award our book prize to Alan Gelzo. In my brief remarks today, I would like to offer a few introductory thoughts on this year's award-winning volume before inviting Alan to the stage to accept his award and share a few words with us. According to the Hamilton Center at the University of Florida, Alan C. Gelzo will be joining the Hamilton Center faculty in the summer of 2025 as a professor of humanities. He is a New York Times best-selling author, American historian, and commentator on public issues. I might add here who it seems has written for nearly every major publication. Continuing, previously Professor Gelzo was the Thomas W. Smith Distinguished Research Scholar and Director of the James Madison Program Initiative on Politics and Statesmanship. He was also Senior Research Scholar in the Council of the Humanities at Princeton University and the Director of Civil War Era Studies and the Henry R. Luce Professor of the Civil War Era at Gettysburg College. Alan has won numerous prizes for his varied works, probably too many to list in our limited time today, including the Lincoln Prize and the Abraham Lincoln Institute Book Prize, the latter of which he now receives, I believe, for the third time. On a personal and professional note, I have used Alan's book, Lincoln, A Very Short Introduction, in my courses with my students, many of whom are first-generation college students. They consistently find it engaging, informative, and even inspirational in its succinct portrayal of Lincoln's life and legacy. Our Ancient Faith, the book for which he's receiving the award today, is an outstanding work for several reasons, only a few of which I can touch on here. First, as with all of Alan's books, it is deeply grounded in primary sources, contextualizing Lincoln's thought in a way that helps us both understand and appreciate its aspirational and creative power. To give just one example of the quality of the writing, Alan observes of the Enlightenment, quote, "The Enlightenment did not discover reason, as though no one had ever been reasonable before the Enlightenment's progenitors appeared in the 17th century, but what distinguished the Enlightenment's reason, and Lincoln's, I should ask, was the employment of reason as an authority itself to persuade rather than threaten." Alan continues, quote, "Is there, after all," quoting Lincoln here, "in all republics this inherent and fatal weakness?" he asked. "Is it passion which will make some of us slaves and others of us masters?" It is a question which, to Lincoln's dismay, was not precisely answered except by an assassin's bullet. In addition to his command of the use of primary sources and historical context, Gelzo is unmatched in his ability to locate the exact Lincoln quotation that encapsulates the 16th president's democratic ideals. I don't have time to go into all those quotes right now. It is simply to say, get the book and read it. Samuel Johnson once remarked that human beings needed to be reminded more often than they needed to be instructed. And for the Lincoln scholar, the devotee, or the engaged reader interested in Lincoln's intellectual legacy, Alan has provided both a reminder and an instruction through a book that underscores the 16th president's democratic philosophy. On that note, I will conclude by asking you to join me in celebrating Alan Gelzo, the recipient of the 2024 Abraham Lincoln Institute Book Prize, for his work, Our Ancient Faith, Lincoln, Democracy, and the American Experiment.
Abraham Lincoln said at his second inauguration that this time there is less occasion for an extended address than there was at the first. And I will try to abide by his rule this afternoon in accepting this second award of the Abraham Lincoln Institute's Book Prize. The Institute has long been an object of endearment to me. I served on its board for almost 20 years, even serving once as its president. And I have been delighted to see its work go on, delighted at the home it has found here in Ford's Theater, and delighted in particular to be once again the recipient of its book award. The book, Our Ancient Faith, was the product of a long gestation and a painful maturity. Since it was published in a year that made many people wonder whether the miseries of Lincoln's time were likely to be visited again on what he called this almost chosen people. Yet he was not a defeatist on the subject of democracy, nor am I. I see in democracy a resilience, a platform for human flourishing that has no rival in human societies. I am not blind to its faults and failures, but like Lincoln, I ask, can we all do better? I wrote Our Ancient Faith to make Lincoln's case that we can and will do better. A price will be demanded for that, a price in patience, in humility, in tolerance. Lincoln had the strength to absorb those prices. I have endured a great deal of ridicule without much malice, he wrote, and have received a great deal of kindness, not quite free from ridicule. I am used to it. But from the paying of those prices, Lincoln expected great things to come. In the last week of his life, he told James Scoville that if God gives me 4 more years to rule this country, I believe it will become what it ought to be. No longer one vast plantation for breeding human beings for the purpose of lust and bondage, but it will become a new valley of Jehoshaphat, where all nations of the earth will assemble together under one flag, worshiping the common God, and they will celebrate the resurrection of human freedom. I am by no means Lincoln's equal in that determined spirit. I have endured both ridicule and malice, and the burden of them is sometimes more than I can bear. But as I cast my eyes over this assembly, I know, too, that I have received a great deal of kindness, and none more than from the Abraham Lincoln Institute this afternoon. But for the sake of my country, I also turn my eyes to that empty box, and I say, oh, how I wish he were here. Thank you all.
Okay, the panelists, well, can y'all hear me? Yes, all right. So the panelists will be out here shortly. You can gaze upon my handsome face in the meantime. At least I think they're coming. Maybe I've got to talk. All right, great.
Do you have a seating arrangement for us?
Nope.
I'll take this chair.
This one? Okay.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome all the panelists here, and they've already had their introductions for today, so I don't think there's any need for me to do that again. And the format for this is really very simple. You can begin posing questions to the panelists immediately through SlideGo. I'm going to ask the first question, however, to get us going, and at any time that the panelists want to ask questions of each other, we would like to have that interaction as well. But above all, we want me to talk as little as possible and the panelists to talk as much as possible. So the first question is, and I'm going to quote Alan's book. It's been on my mind something that he wrote in our ancient faith, where he said this. He said, quote, "Wrapping Lincoln in the tissue of context runs the risk of making Lincoln irrelevant. If he can be judged by only the reckoning of his own time, then he has meaning only for that time too." And I'm wondering from each of you how you approach that tension within your own work, you know, not putting him in the straitjacket of his own time and yet making him relevant for our own.
Everyone is looking at each other. I mean, shall I start? Everyone's turning this way. I mean, I must admit, I'm inconsistent on this subject. I tend to explain some of Lincoln's philosophical limitations, according to our time, as originating from the restrictions on his time and the limits of his imagination in his time. On the other hand, I also point out, and I've written about this, how extraordinary it is that subsequent American presidents of both political parties have embraced, quoted, cited, read, emulated, sometimes with good cause, sometimes without good cause, Abraham Lincoln, how he has been how he set a bar to which most American presidents have aspired. And I find particularly fascinating because I work in the house in which Franklin Roosevelt ran his 1932 presidential campaign, in which he said, among other things, we have to find a way to get Lincoln for the Democrats. He's been a symbol of the Republicans for too long, and the Republicans don't stand for the kind of thing Lincoln did. So he made a huge effort to, quote, appropriate Lincoln for the New Deal, and later by hiring Robert E. Sherwood as his principal speechwriter to make America more internationalist and global and interventionist. But that's enough, I think. But I think there is that tension between Lincoln of his time only and the Lincoln we can appropriate as needed, either for validation or inspiration.
I'll have to say that I take a position on this, mainly because I think the best way to know Lincoln is to really read Lincoln, read everything he wrote personally and publicly. And both for his times and for our times, I think he is sort of a seer of American democracy that we can continue to evoke. So we can understand him in the context of the rise of anti-slavery politics, savior of the Union, the great emancipator, the first American president to publicly endorse black citizenship, all those achievements of his lifetime, the Lincoln that grew and evolved to becoming that great president. And what struck me is that most American historians, when they have to rate presidents, you know, I'm one of those who gets called by C-SPAN to do this every so often. And there used to be a tussle between Washington and Lincoln, but Lincoln's been winning it hands down for the last few years. And I do think in that sense his legacy is pretty timeless for when we talk about the future of the American Republic today. What also struck me as an Indian immigrant who came into the United States and started writing Civil War history and writing about Lincoln was how he was perceived internationally. There were anti-caste activists in India who wrote to Lincoln and used his name. There are working class groups in Europe writing to Lincoln using his name. He becomes kind of this international symbol for emancipation in a way that I think people at that time little realized. And you talked about Argentina and that town named after Lincoln. But even during his time, you know, Mexicans under Benito Juarez or the Argentinian Republic, they all evoked Lincoln. So I think his legacy is pretty secure for our times, both nationally and internationally.
But remember, the Soviets in their last throes cited Lincoln as an advocate for union at all costs. So it is international, but again, misappropriation happens as well.
I would say for Lincoln and African Americans, they knew his flaws. They were okay with it. They believe in the power of transformation, and they believe in the power of forgiveness. And they were able to see him at all costs and how they were used. What they did not like, and Winter is a good example of this, but I'm also thinking about Carter G. Woodson. There's a reason why he picks Lincoln's birthday and as well as Frederick Douglass' birthday, but then in the write-ins of the Negro History Bulletin and in the Journal of Negro History gave the full Lincoln and all of his messiness. So I think there's a room for messiness too, but for some, there's the man, the myth, and what he symbolized to them in their own time, and then for the children and grandchildren, how he gets taught as well. So one of the things, in the end, he becomes the man for all people, for all purposes, and people can find a way to come back to Lincoln for many issues. But I go by what he said and what he wrote at his time and try to understand him in that period, because recognizing he was not the same man at the beginning of the war where he was at the end. And you can see this for the barometer of African Americans and how he welcomes their counsel in the White House. And that, just being heard, there's something about being heard in the power of transformation that why they're even able to forgive him at earlier parts of the war, but they don't like lazy characterizations of how others perceive them and liking him. So they want nuance, and they can have those boundaries. And I think that's one of the things with Lincoln. We have all of this at once because of who he was as a person and the power of transformation.
I guess I feel a little conflicted on this question because the memory of Lincoln, I think, can be a tool and can be a detriment at times. As a public historian at the Smithsonian, when we show people the coffee cup that Lincoln drank out of the night of his assassination or the gold watch he wore throughout the Civil War, it has an immediate punch and power and mythos that no other object seems to have. So when you want to get people to connect to the past and feel like they are really learning from people from a previous period, you can see how Lincoln is an incredible tool. On the other hand, the contrarian in me and the guy who wants to talk about the wide awakes feels like Lincoln sometimes looms so large that we lose all these other stories because we want to talk Lincoln and we want to talk 1863 Lincoln or 1865 Lincoln. And in 1860, maybe he's not the front of the story, but we like Lincoln so much that we kind of, I think, sometimes rush through a lot of stories and a lot of interesting personalities to get to this one figure we like so much. So sometimes I think he's an incredible tool, and sometimes I think he outshines other stories, which we should be telling as well.
So I completely agree with what John just said and with everyone else, too. The most common questions I get for many years have been about Lincoln. That's probably true for a lot of us, no matter what we end up talking about. If they find out you're a historian and you do something with the 1800s, you might get a question about Lincoln. That's often the most common question you get, which says a lot. When I decided to teach a first-year seminar at Brown and decided to make it about history and culture around Abraham Lincoln, I was really worried. You know, that's such an old school topic, right? And, you know, Brown is, you know, supposed to be very cutting edge and not so old school. And yet I had incredible students turn out to this class over and over again with remarkable ideas and remarkable new insights. At least one of those students is here tonight. I'm grateful for that. One of the things we've seen since 2020 is these two strains. The old strain, Lincoln was perfect, and he can never be criticized, and that would be speaking to the second part, to decontextualizing him. And it's absolute. And then there's a strain that's always been there too, critical of Lincoln. Hillary was invoking, I think, but even more critical than ever. We saw paint being thrown on Lincoln statues. In the midst of Black Lives Matter, a kind of revisiting of issues that have long been known, Lincoln's support for colonization. But especially interesting, a revisiting of Lincoln's role with against the uprising in Minnesota of the Sioux and the largest mass execution by the federal government in late 1862. And that too was absolute in a way, which was to contextualize, was to remember what he did at this moment and then make an absolute judgment of the present. We can understand both these moves. Lincoln himself would reject both. And I think that's what I take away, right? The words of Lincoln that always matter to me the most are things like, can we all not do better, right? And a more perfect union, more perfect. We are not perfect. And the speech he gives in New Jersey on his way to take office, and he doesn't refer to America as the chosen people, but as the almost chosen people. These are words of incompletion and humility. And I don't care what side of the spectrum are, or whether you're looking at context or legacy or memory. Those words exist on paper. If you read the works of Lincoln, they are undeniable that he said them or wrote them. And they have tremendous meaning for any time.
I know John has another question, but...
No, go ahead. No, it's fine.
I think in terms of his relevance, his timeliness, I think Lincoln had a very healthy sense of his own importance. Not only did he say we cannot escape history, which I mentioned earlier, he also said what, and I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't remember the exact quote, what we do today is not just for today, but for a vast future also. I love that writing. Because I think he imagined himself as a touchstone throughout the decades to come. And Manisha, C-SPAN surveys are going out soon. Yeah. So we're back in business.
We're back in business.
So think hard before you choose Lincoln as number one.
Well, think harder about who's the last.
He'll always be
Right.
my number one.
And there is a regularity to it. They are sent out after every change of administration. That's there.
Yes. And I would just quickly add to that, even Lincoln at his worst moments is better than most. For instance, when he advocates colonization, this little fragment that he wrote, which I brought to the attention of Eric Foner when he wrote his Pulitzer Prize-winning book on Lincoln and American slavery, was brought to my attention by a black nationalist activist who was critical of Lincoln. This is Mike Thelwell, and he was part of SNCC, and he was part of that whole Black Power, very radical movement. And I was wrestling with Lincoln's, endorsement of colonization and his admiration for Henry Clay, his beau ideal of a statesman, and who Frederick Douglass famously said was president of nothing but the American Colonization Society. And he said, have you seen this little script that Lincoln wrote that is a condemnation of racism in the United States? That, a man locked behind many doors. A black man is like a man locked behind me, and each, somebody else has the key. And he really got, and he says, I think he endorsed colonization because in his republic there couldn't be inequality, and he realized the depth of racism. Certainly, Illinois did not give black men the right to vote where he was. And even the incident with the Lakota people, the Sioux uprising in Minnesota, the sort of very Indian-hating general there had condemned over 300 for execution. And Lincoln, in the midst of war, when he didn't want to think about this at all, goes through this and decides to pardon most of them except 30, which still ends up being the largest. 37, one got
36 were executed.
Yeah, 36 were executed. Except for those who were convicted of egregious crimes against civilians, and especially women. So the fact that he did that always shows to me that even at his worst moments, he seems better than most presidents. So he's going to win the C-SPAN poll again.
Well, just a couple of comments. Harold reminded me of that quote of a vast future also, and then you talking about his international influence, and he often talked about this war being about the whole human family. And I think that's interesting that he's not only thinking of the United States or the Union, but the world, and then also posterity, which was something I think our framers were very, very much concerned about as well. Okay, so we've got some audience questions now, and we'll start with some of those, and then maybe I'll bring one in that I've got. One question is, has the book you each presented on today been misinterpreted in ways that were disconcerting to you?
Well, you can't It's been
and that
48 hours.
that you would like to take the time to refute. Or surprising to you, either disconcerting or surprising.
I think I alluded to that a bit in my remarks. There are a lot of people who seem to, based on a superficial and misreading of my book on Reconstruction, seem to claim that I had talked about Reconstruction continuing until 1920. When I make it quite clear in my introduction and subsequent chapters that I'm talking about the unwinding of Reconstruction after 1877, that I don't see that as a claim. I guess like Michael, I think end dates are messy. And so I wanted to talk about that long process. That's the only misinterpretation that I've seen of my book so far. I did respond to it, but most of the reception actually has been a bit heartening. It's been good. I just didn't realize, I didn't want it to be so timely. It ended up being more timely than I imagined it would be, yeah.
My book just came out, so one of the things that has happened is the timeliness of the book. This was 10 years in the making, not included when you add childhood and everything else, and just the timing of African American remembrance in this time, again, of erasure, what contributions of USCT soldiers were, and also questions about me as a historian and how to talk about community history. So one of the things that came out, except for the chapter on Richmond, Virginia, I can tell you whose porch or porches at some point I sat on. And because of that, and talking about it, one of the things I get is like, you didn't talk about this community. I'm like, I'm clear about which communities I'm talking about. But also, too, that what the communities I'm talking about, almost all other communities are doing, too. So can you see what other histories in your communities and towns, museums? So one of the things that has been heartening about this is a lot of small local historical societies, African Americans in Virginia, and white allies in Virginia who are putting up a monument to the USCT soldiers and just trying to find and research the USCT experience in the western corner of Virginia. Having that, like, oh, you're just giving validation to the stories I heard on my porch or I heard in this community. Maybe I should donate my records and family archives that are in our basement to Smithsonian because we hold on to the trunks of these family members who served. So it's becoming a space for other communities to bring out their history, their scrapbooks, their photographs, their uniforms, and different things that they've always held in the family and heard locally to a historical profession that might actually want to hear them now. And so seeing that reverse of there, and then also too, I did hear from Joseph Winters' descendants, and they were like, you were fair. And he was not liked. But you captured a side of him that most people forgot that he did, and that was his songwriting and what he did for politics, not just for how they remembered him.
I mean, I suppose that the thing I had to push back against when my book came out in February was the notion that I was oversimplifying Lincoln's welcome mat attitude toward immigration in order to use my own progressivism as a tool. But, I mean, I tried to reflect the time. I tried to reflect his back and forth and ultimately his evolution on this subject. So that was the part that I was concerned about, that people thought I was doing it as a campaign document. And if I did, I failed utterly, so it doesn't really matter at this point.
John, I'm hoping you're going to speak. I'm not going to. But I've known John for some time. We were fellows together. And when I was teaching, it was one of these years I was teaching a Lincoln seminar, and a student had read John's earlier book. John's written a few books, called The Virgin Vote. That was really his first big book. And the student was really quite taken by the book and the wide awakes in particular that show up in that book. And she wanted to really write about wide awakes then and wokeness now. Now, I don't know if that's what you're going to talk about, but now I've put you on the spot. You mentioned it quickly in your talk.
It's the word I've been avoiding for quite some time. I'll talk a little bit about this. I will say at first, the idea of someone misinterpreting your work kind of assumes that the historian is all wise and right on everything, and somebody just got your reading wrong. I'd say if somebody misinterprets me, it's as likely that I didn't make a compelling enough case or I didn't lay things out as someone is getting it wrong. So I don't want to sit here as if I know everything and some reader got things wrong. Maybe I put it wrong or didn't make as strong a case as I could. With the wide awakes, I guess I'm the main misinterpreter of my work because this is kind of my second attempt at the wide awakes. When I was a master's student, I wrote a thesis on them and published it. It's a Journal of American History article 17 years ago, and I thought I was done. And people kept looking to the wide awakes, really wanting them to be these woke heroes. And they're this militaristic, anti-slavery movement. And they kind of, if you look on Reddit or Twitter or Instagram, you can see people who have wide awake tattoos and are cheering on, we need to bring these guys back. And the second go-round, kind of writing a book about these guys, showed me a lot more of the danger of this movement and some of their nativist roots that I didn't quite understand before. It was after Charlottesville, and I think I had a greater appreciation of people marching with torches in the night not always being great news, you know? So I've kind of turned and wanted to play down the inspirational element and also the abolitionist element. People want the wide awakes to be the good guys coming, and they're just as much the bad guys coming as the good guys coming, or neither, really. So I think I'm trying to revise what I thought before, but the wokeness thing, it's constantly like a stick in the spokes because people want it to be 2020 or 2017 or 2025 and really transpose our current political moment onto them. And they really don't work either as heroes or as villains. So it's interesting, you can benefit from it, but I always feel like I'm trying to dodge the associations because it can really trip you up in a lot of ways.
I'm
Well,
glad
actually,
you mentioned,
John-
I'm glad you mentioned wokeness. That's been one of the concerns, like how are you perceived as being woke by focus on an African-American topic of the time period? And I'm like, I am doing the archival work here. These people were living in their times, had no clue what was coming. All they knew, they wanted to remember what their families and communities did. They were patriots, they served, they fought against discrimination in the Army. And I talked about my Civil War ancestor, he's not perfect. He serves at the end of the war with a ball and chain around his foot in Fortress Monroe. So I'm also sharing that he was not the ideal soldier, the ideal veteran. He becomes one. And being clear, but the political climate of wokeness by doing anything that is a counter and talking about African Americans, African American women as the preservers of memory, families and communities that were doing this work all along, but were ignored, is now being seen as woke, as being this political debate. So that's where I'm anticipating from some are like, are you concerned your book will be banned? That's one I've heard a lot. The other has been, are your family members okay that they might be attacked? I'm like, yeah, they are because they read every draft. They knew what was coming. And they are like, we were waiting for you to know what was happening. They're better prepared than us. And I think that's one of the things is not to be scared by what the labels will be put on our work if we do the work in our due diligence. And this is one of the things I draw on Lincoln. I'm okay to take those hits. I'm okay. I know my Moore's compass is. And that's one of the weirdest things is I didn't think I would have to deal with 10 years ago when I started this project in earnest. But now this is the reality, and I'm so glad I pushed through and continue to go in and tell the human interest story of these people who just wanted to be heard for their contributions and what they did, despite being told to accept lies and myths. They rejected all of that. So if they could reject it, I can reject the wokeness.
I would say, actually, I wrote a book on secession before I wrote a book on abolition. And when I saw the Charlottesville and the torches, I thought of the secessionists in South Carolina with their torches. I didn't think of the wide awakes. And I saw the wide awakes through the abolitionist eyes. And they kept talking about how they were wide awake to the slave power. That was a constant refrain in the Liberator and all the black and white abolitionist newspapers I read. And then I saw this taking off on media, in social media, that we are wide awake to oppression. So I appreciate the question, Mike.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm getting questions from the audience. Well, another question is that just came in. What leadership qualities of Lincoln, maybe name one, can be used by today's political leaders from either party, it doesn't matter which one, to be more effective in leading the United States?
Modesty.
Harold, was it Hay or Nicolay that said once that Lincoln, was arrogant?
No, I think they said he was intellectual. Well, Charles Sumner thought he was the most intellectually arrogant man. Well, I should have said humility more than modesty.
Okay.
He was more, humility is a better word.
Okay.
But it didn't get as much applause as modesty.
But he was also a bit of an intellectual. He was a self-educated intellectual, but he was. If you read his speeches and even his private writings, I think anti-intellectualism is a strain in American history, as Richard Hofstadter pointed out a long time ago. But Lincoln was a very thoughtful, intellectual man, and I think it's part that feeds into his modesty and his humility, I think. And I think I would really like to have a leader who's smarter than me, and not somebody I could have here.
So for me,
It's going to limit the pool, I think, Manisha.
I think, for me, I keep on coming back to the rule of law and understanding the rule of law. Lincoln, we only know Lincoln as a wartime president. I guess you could count maybe the months before the war begins as his brief time, but even then, he's working hard towards a compromise. So war is looming. So what would a peacetime Lincoln have looked like, right? And we don't really know. But we have a lot of clues. I'm a believer as a Whig, as a former Whig, not me, Lincoln, that the idea of deferring to Congress is what you do. And there's a reason why Congress is in Article 1 and the executive is in Article 2. And Harold may have different opinions, but I think that during the war, that can shift always, and the executive takes certain powers. We're going to hear about Lincoln's suspension of habeas corpus again soon, if we're not hearing it already, because the idea of a president acting in certain ways without congressional authority, it's inevitable that when those things happen, Lincoln is invoked. He was invoked by FDR during the Korematsu, what led to the Korematsu judicial opinion. That's Japanese-American internment. So we're going to hear about this. But it's important to remember that, like in that episode, there's a number of things to remember about that episode, but one of which is that Lincoln really wanted Congress to pass its own habeas corpus act, which it did. And Lincoln welcomed that. I know, it wasn't quite the same.
Well, he could have asked them to come back in March, not July.
He could have asked them to come back, and how long would it have taken them to come back?
If they were walking, maybe July, but if they were taking other conveyances, maybe not March.
But yes, so I do think Lincoln stretched it on the habeas corpus one and stretched it by not quite abiding by what Taney ordered him to do. I do think that is a mark.
And we are going to hear about a lot of these things, not only ignoring Taney on habeas corpus, but sort of inhibiting Taney from issuing any opinions or convening the court on the draft on emancipation, all the things allegedly that Taney wanted to rule on.
I like what Thaddeus Stevens said about Taney when he died. He said, now he's gone, and I fear he's also condemned to everlasting fire. This was his Dred Scott decision. But I think Mark Neely's book, The Fate of Liberty, is actually very good. It a very fair and balanced record, a fair and balanced look at Lincoln's record on civil liberties. And if you see that, it's not that bad for a wartime president in the midst of...
If the Constitution authorizes suspension in the midst of rebellion, he met the constitutional definitions. And, I think Michael's right. We're going to be hearing more of this. We're going to hear about Lincoln's press crackdowns as the inhibition of the media continues. And, I think, and I agree with Michael that it's pleasant to imagine that Lincoln would have retreated on oversight, but if he was as uncertain about the end of the war as you are suggesting we all should be, it's an intriguing question, isn't it? Lincoln once said, when he was challenged on suspension and on press crackdown, he said, this is like an emetic. Nobody would take an emetic unless they were sick. Well, when do you say the sickness is cured, right? It plays into your analysis.
Right, and I would have said that you're right. So when I say we wouldn't have known we don't know the peacetime Lincoln, we couldn't have had a peacetime Lincoln until Lincoln himself agreed that we were in a time of peace. And when would that have happened? And we don't really know. So I'm thinking here in part just that there is deference to Congress on certain things. Many, many years ago, the great constitutional historian Harold Hyman wrote an article called Lincoln and Congress, Why Not Congress and Lincoln? Because maybe it's just rhetoric, but when you look at so many things that Lincoln does, he seems, at least he makes a gesture that Congress matters, which is something these days, right? And Congress did matter, which is also something these days. And so the Emancipation Proclamation is framed as a president executing what Congress has basically said he has to do. Now, that's, there's a rhetorical bit to that, but it's an acknowledgement of a system. It's an acknowledgement of a system, even if he's willing to stretch, if not break it sometimes, right?
I mean, the preliminary proclamation certainly defers to the Confiscation Acts, but the final proclamation refers to the preliminary proclamation. So he's back to quoting himself.
Yes.
Well, the other thing I was going to say is where, talking about leadership, Lincoln was empathetic and he took counsel from a wide range of people. And this is where I think that an empathetic leader and where he's willing to waffle on different things. I just think about when he brings in African-American leaders into the White House on specific issues and how you could take Frederick Douglass of all people and have him change in there, but also the ordinary men and women, and I'm thinking about John Washington's book, They Knew Lincoln, that he published to people who were in the White House, and they felt him as not just an employee, but someone who actually cared about their opinion. These were the lowly of the low in the White House, and they felt heard. And I think that empathy and good listening allows him to bend, allows him to go against people who would not even see the humanity of these other ones and where he seeks counsel, how he seeks counsel. But the methodical decision maker, I just want an empathetic decision maker, methodical and thinking about what, if you're going to make action, you just don't take it lightly.
Can I just point out something Hillary just said, which is an empathetic decision maker? And maybe you can reflect on this, Hillary, and others, but as I often discuss with my students, empathy now is a negative word. No, not for me. No, but there is a major set of Americans today, most of them in the same party, who argue against empathy and have been doing so for a long time. When Sonia Sotomayor was confirmed, and she talked about her own personal experience and how it would inform her judgment, and she used the word empathy. I don't know how many of you remember this, but there were people who just took her to task and saying, this is not a judge. Oh, no, judge never uses empathy. And people are now mocking the word empathy. I find this I find this really horrifying and very anti-Lincoln-esque, right?
So it's very troubling. My husband's a moral philosopher, and he wrote a book on empathy and the entry on empathy in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. And when he heard a person who shall not be named say that empathy is the weakness of Western civilization, and I'm like, what is it? Do you want to overturn the inheritance of the Enlightenment and the Declaration, which was Lincoln's touchstone for everything? Yeah, it's quite horrifying to see people mock empathy. That kind of cruelty is, it reminds me of Southern slaveholders who defended slavery, and they said, oh, they're shedding crocodile tears over our, quote, servants and slaves who are treated extremely well.
I want to add to this heavy, serious Lincoln his sense of humor. And I think it's kind of conventional wisdom. Everybody nowadays knows that Lincoln was a funny guy and made a lot of jokes. But the ways he used it politically and the sacrifices he paid for using this sense of humor. I did a project on Civil War humor a number of years ago, and I was struck by how many people protested Lincoln's sense of humor, condemned it when they want to switch him as a candidate in '64, when people start running rivals in the Democratic Party. They frequently point to his sense of humor to show that he hates the troops, doesn't care about the war, lacks empathy, and he really pays a price for it. But honestly, his sense of humor and his political use of it, I think, shows his humility. That he's often the butt of his jokes. The way Lincoln jokes, we were talking about this earlier, John, the way Lincoln jokes about his own physical appearance and makes jokes to humanize himself, to humble himself over and over again. You can see him using this as a tactic to humanize himself and connect. And we're picking pretty hard on one political party. I think both our parties lack humor these days, and I think you can see it in the forms that things that seem to be humor turn into forms of aggression. There's that great Emily Nussbaum article a couple years ago on jokes and the political use of jokes. Lincoln usually uses his jokes to punch down at himself and to humanize and empathize with whoever he's connecting to. And that political and intelligent use of humor, it really bleeds through, and it lets us see him as a human being rather than as a great emancipator solely. This is a guy who you could talk to, and that's a huge part of his appeal, I think.
And I think young people are still using those kinds of memes.
Yeah.
I just saw a meme of Lincoln, and below that written, "It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to."
Yes. I think that's one of the things is why I think his metaphor and why he's able to, he connected with so many people regardless of their background. And he could talk to them, whereas through humor, through there, he believed in that connection and talking to people. And I think that's one of the things in there. If you're not a good leader, if you don't recognize who you serve or why you're serving or how, you can't be a good decision maker, you can't get counsel. But even humor, and I always like the jokes how he made fun of himself, because like, you're real. Like, that's usually where you deflect back to.
And it drove other people crazy, cabinet members. They'd say he would read joke books from Artemus Ward, and William Pitt Fessenden would sneeze every time because he couldn't deal with a joke in public. He was around a lot of people who were more kind of formal and stiff often, and used his humor to play a leadership role.
I have a question that Lincoln obviously in the Civil War is a very well-known subject, and you all spent a lot of time thinking about and writing these books. What surprised you the most?
In research or in each other's books or
Just
surprises?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Manisha quoted Leslie Gore. I'm thrilled. who was a friend of mine, so I'm very happy that you said that.
Well, actually, I came to Lincoln in a circuitous manner. I was writing my book on abolition, and I was really interested in seeing what the abolitionists had to say about Lincoln, who, was, for most of his career, a moderate anti-slavery Republican. He was not with the conservatives or the radicals. He would pretty much gauge the temperature of the mainstream of the Republican anti-slavery party. And what surprised me is how much the abolitionists liked him. Like Garrison, I think, was actually in love with Lincoln in the end. I mean, I was shocked because here was a man who had critiqued the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. government, said no union with slaveholders, and he just has these amazing articles and letters on Lincoln. And then Frederick Douglass, you know, the first important white man I have met, who met me without any semblance of condescension, of racial condescension. So I started seeing Lincoln through the eyes of the abolitionists, who are supposed to be critical of it. Even Charles Sumner, who became very close to both Mary Todd Lincoln and Lincoln himself. And I said, well, you know, I'm missing something. And I ended up writing an article on the abolitionists and Lincoln. And then I started reading Lincoln. And if you read Lincoln, you get sucked in. There's no going out of it, because it's amazing. You can, you know, think about him, you can talk about his evolution, but here he is espousing colonization in the early 1850s, and then he has that little snippet where he says, oh, you think A tells B, I can enslave you because you are darker than me. And be careful, the first person who's lighter than you can enslave you. Oh, it's not a matter of intellect. Well, then be careful. The first person who's more intelligent than you can enslave you. And he's writing this at that moment when he's supposed to be relatively conservative. Then I read his speeches from the 1830s, where he criticizes the abolitionists, but is appalled at the anti-abolitionist mobs holding up the rule of law as a lawyer. So I was surprised at how much, because abolitionists were my people. It was not Lincoln, it was not the anti-slavery president, and I was surprised at how much I started appreciating Lincoln much more, and how they led me to read him. And so, yes, I ended up liking Lincoln much more than I thought I ever would.
That's okay.
I was going to say, the way I came to Lincoln is through family portraits, and my family's from the other side of Gettysburg, so you know what we did every year. We went to Gettysburg, and then that led to discussions of Lincoln, everything else. But I can tell you, in almost every black household, there are several pictures on the wall. Abraham Lincoln's one of them. Martin Luther King Jr.'s the other. George Washington there too, and then Obama. But Lincoln and Frederick Douglass and certain people were always on black family walls that I went into, and King there, including my own grandparents. And then I went to college and I took my first Lincoln course. And I'm like, who's this man that gets the iconic images on all these black family homes, all these black churches, spaces, what is it about him that he's here? And I also heard the Black Panther nationalist critiques of him, and I'm like, who is this man that's producing all of this so he can be loved and critiqued on either side? And then once I started reading him, was there, but for my book on memory, I just can remember what are those traditions that were always there, and that was one of those things. You saw Lincoln everywhere. And then Naaman, Abraham Lincoln's. When you look at the 1865 post-African-American naming traditions, Ulysses S. Grant's, Lincoln's, Rutherford B. Hayes's, Rutherford Hayes's, all those presidents that they aspired to are there, and Abraham and Lincoln, and both in combination. And I think that too says to something about he was able to speak to everyone, and he shows up more and more, and I just want to know why. And I still don't understand why there's a lot of Abraham Lincolns in 1865, but continue in the 20th century and there, even to the present, people still name their children in black families Abraham Lincoln.
I think I'm also a big fan, but I've been a big fan for a long time, and I agree that, you know, the Lincoln name catches on in many ways. What surprised me in this book was my absolute fixation with Lincoln's successor, Andrew Johnson. Now, Johnson, you see, and I made some cracks about him during my talk, because he's sort of relegated to being a bad president, which he was. And by the way, in these rankings of president that Manisha spoke of, almost always the person just before and just after Lincoln occupy like the near bottom rungs, Buchanan and Johnson. Hard act to come before, hard act to come after. No, they're just bad presidents. And so there's a way in which I think I certainly would just dismiss Andrew Johnson as irrelevant because he was such a miserable president or whatever. And in doing this work, my evaluation of Johnson has stayed the same. But my fascination with him has grown hugely, and I didn't know that that was going to happen. He is a fascinating figure, and I don't think I would have found him so fascinating were it not for the first Trump term, during which, just before it, I wrote a piece making some parallels between Trump and Johnson, and then Manisha wrote a longer piece in the New York Times making parallels as well. That was during the first term.
First death threat.
You got your first death threat.
For writing that piece
Well,
in the
that's
New
when you
York
know
Times.
you've hit something true. So, yeah, and so what am I talking about? Well, so, yes, by far, if you're going to read a president's writings, read Lincoln's. But when you're done, and you're willing to read some of Johnson's, there are some remarkable things to read. Johnson, when he sits down for the first time, by contrast, when he sits down for the first time with a delegation of African Americans who come to the White House, the transcript of that discussion is extraordinary, and it turns one's stomach. The other thing is that in August of 1866, he goes on the Swing Around the Circle, as it will be called, where he gives a set of speaking tours. And what he's doing is he's trying to denounce the 14th Amendment, which is on the table for ratification. And he gives a talk, and these are northern cities, Cleveland, Chicago, and a few others. And this is the first time in history that a president leaves the White House and gives popular rallies. It just wasn't done because it was seen as undecorous for a president to behave this way. And Johnson has a script he's supposed to follow that his people have given him about denouncing this and that, but mostly the 14th Amendment and don't ratify. And he keeps on going off script. And then when he does this, and he starts saying sort of angry things, including to the level of, somebody says, hang a few traitors, hang Jeff Davis. And he says, hang Jeff Davis? Why don't we hang Wendell Phillips, that's a famous abolitionist, and Thaddeus Stevens? And so he's giving this kind of invective, and the more he gives it and then he hears cheers, he's energized by it. He's empowered, and he doesn't want to get off the stage. And does this sound familiar? And so it's terrifying in a way, but there are differences, right? That his handlers, well, first of all, some audience members start to heckle him for saying what he says, and it looks bad, and Johnson's making a mess of it, and his handlers start pulling him off the stage early, and it's not going well for him, and so that doesn't work. And Congress isn't on his side either, and that's a big difference too. So he's trying to rally the people on his side. He's trying to be a populist, and he absolutely sees himself as a populist. It doesn't work out. But these efforts, those speeches, which should be read because they are remarkable, but not as remarkable and stomach-turning as the delegation that visits him in early '66.
I would reiterate that. I would also read his messages to Congress, which are remarkable because he has this notion that somehow giving black people equal rights is taking away rights from whites. That somehow any kind of equality, as if rights is a fixed quantity, right? Or his criticisms of using the federal government to protect, his criticisms of Reconstruction. Many of those ideas are still with us. So if you read Johnson's messages to Congress, some of them are pretty egregious too. Yeah, it was pretty eye-opening to read those for this new book.
I'll answer really quickly what surprised me, and then maybe Harold can have the last word.
Is that what the question was?
I think so.
Far afield.
I'm surprised that I can't not like Lincoln. I'm a guy, I said earlier that I'm a contrarian, and you tell me to jump, I'll say no. And I always want to find some other story. I think history is big, and we've narrowed it in a damaging way. And I want to work on the wide awakes or late 19th century America or topics that haven't been done too much. But there's no other president who has anything anywhere near the power of Lincoln. It wouldn't be nice if you could spend time on Millard Fillmore, James Garfield, and have someone else to argue as a number one. There's no other competitor. And also in 1860, there's no one else really who could have done what Lincoln did in terms of actually winning power and then using that power to win the war and emancipate. You think about the other rivals in the Republican Party in the nation at the time, it's hard to imagine anyone else kind of achieving those three primary goals: winning election, winning war, maintaining union, and emancipating. I just don't see any other competitor. And so even if I would love to tell the story of Rutherford Hayes or someone else, there's no one but Lincoln for that full story, I think.
So could I give a
Real quick.
very brief answer? What surprises me pleasantly and constantly, it's not an aha moment, is the vibrancy and depth of Lincoln scholarship. So I wrote my first article in a journal, I think 52 years ago, and my first book 41 years ago. And there is no end to, look at these original brilliant contributions. It just astounds me that there's still work that I want to do, but so many things to learn from new generations and new voices. That's what surprises me in a very good way.
And on that note, since the Institute is devoted to the latest in Lincoln scholarship, thank you all. And thank you to the audience for a wonderful day. We have a few closing remarks from Edna Green Medford. Thank you all.
Okay, how's this? Okay, great, great. This has been a perfect day. The weather has been great, no rain. We've had terrific presentations. We've had thoughtful, thought-provoking questions from our audience, so we couldn't ask for anything more than that. Thank you so much for coming out. But before we leave, I would like to take this opportunity to thank a few people. I want to again thank Ford's Theater for providing the venue and the staffing for making this program possible. We would also like to thank the Lincoln Group of the District of Columbia and its president, Ed Epstein, who have consistently supported the Institute Symposium over the last few years. And I want to thank the members of the ALI board. If you're still here, if you would stand and be acknowledged. And I want to thank you, especially those of you who have stayed all day with us. I know it's a long day. I hope you have been as enlightened by these presentations as I have. And if you have been so enlightened, please tell a friend, and next year bring those friends with you and bring the whole family. We'll do this again next year, God willing. Thank you. Safe travels, everyone.